팀에서도 역시 우승을 목표로 하고 있고 또한 이제 롤드컵에 나가는 것도 목표로 하고 있습니다.
처음에 좋은 모습 보여드리다가 뒤로 갈수록 되게 안 좋게 돼가지고 그런 부분만 좀 아쉬운 것 같아요. 서머 우승하고 롤드컵 우승까지 노려보겠습니다.
1라운드 때는 좀 기세가 좋았던 것 같은데 2라운드 때 좀 내려앉아서 그게 좀 아쉬웠던 것 같아요.
스프링 때 더 올라갈 수 있었는데 올라가지 못해서 많이 아쉽기도 해요. 서머 시즌에는 그 다전제를 좀 경험해보고 싶어요.
제일 잘하는 탑딜러가 되고 싶다고 약간 많이 말하고 다녔거든요. 좀 더 공격적인 그런 모습을 많이 보여주고 싶은 마음이 좀 많아요. 서머 때는 더 나아진 모습으로 뵙고 싶네요.
제 개인적인 목표는 제일 잘하는 서포터가 되고 싶어요. 마타 선수가 우상인데 이번 롤드컵에 꼭 진출해서 우승하고 세치포 소리를 듣고 싶습니다.
옛날 겨울 되살려서 한번 KT 오게 됐는데 저는 되게 만족스러운 것 같아요. 결승전까지 가볼 수 있는 그런 성적이 나왔으면 좋겠어요.
개인적인 목표는 플레이오프에 진출하는 게 목표고요.
레인저 선수랑 같이 하게 됐는데 강하는 바텀이라는 걸 보여드리고 싶고
스프링 시즌보다 훨씬 더 좋은 경기력으로 찾아뵙도록 하겠습니다.
승강전이라는 게 되게 힘들었었고 쉽지 않았던 시즌이었지 않나.
다시 LCK 무대를 밟게 돼서 너무 행복했어요.
팀이 나를 믿고 따라와 줄 수 있는 약간 그런 선수가 되고 싶어요.
신생 팀답지 않은 경기력으로 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2020. We're up to the final day. I'm Atlas, and I'm joined by the wonderful Wadid. He was on the Korean broadcast yesterday, and he's switched over to the global broadcast here today. How you doing, my friend?
Hi everyone, Wadid here again, and I'm ready to have fun again here.
Yeah, exactly. We've switched languages, but it's still the same league. And we get to start with one for the history books. You know, this isn't KT Bullets versus Samsung White, but it is still the same organizations in theory. But now it's KT Rolster versus Gen.G, and things have changed a little bit. And the more they change, the more they stay the same. We have some old names coming back. You may have seen the rosters already, but for KT, it's Smeb and Kuro taking to the Rift. So the Rox brothers joining one another hand in hand. And there's some interesting stats going through their solo queue that might give some reasons as to why. Some really cool ideas. But let's have a look at the points of the match. Avoiding the losing streak, both teams started off with an L. Which team will get their first W and bounce back? Well, spoiler alert, guys, one of these teams is going to win.
Oh yeah, and definitely spotlight again to Smeb and Kuro.
Yeah.
By the way, this is the roster that people were just waiting for, and why didn't the reason why people are just rating KT high rank compared to Spring Split, right? So, I mean, he should show the reason why he's back in the LCK and back in KT.
Exactly right. And I think Smeb has been training in the spring season and in the off season, and we'll see whether his form has come back. He disappointed himself in 2019, and now he's looking to become more in line with his former self. I think it's really hard to go back to the former glory of like Smeb, MVP of Worlds, like this absolute god of you know, cannon and flank engages and things like that. Like that is that's pretty tough to get back to. But as long as he can become a stable top laner that can outperform so on, I think that is certainly going to be a goal that he will be able to achieve in the near future. But Gen.G apparently upgraded their aggressiveness, and that is definitely good. Gen.G always known as one of our slower teams. We're having a look through the match history, and round 1 and 2 for the 2020 season is what we're looking at right now. But I think historically, Gen.G's always had KT's number. It's been that thing. You know, even when KT was dominating in 2018, Gen.G always found a way to outlast them.
Yeah, and also, I think maybe past doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, probably.
Because KT changed a lot of things, and finally Smeb came in. But also for Gen.G, they are trying to change something as well, for the bot lane too. So I think both teams they really want to take the win today.
Yeah.
저희가
We'll see what they have to say to each other.
한 번도 못 이겨봤거든요. KT 주인공이었던 스맵 형이 돌아와가지고 저희가 이길 것 같아.
KT에 유칼 선수랑 스맵 선수가 영입됐다고 해서 사실 엄청 바뀔 것 같진 않아요.
클리 선수랑 비니 선수가 멘탈이 조금 약한 것 같더라고요. 그런 부분을 살살 긁어주면은 좀 이기기 쉽지 않을까.
경호 형 대회 나올진 모르겠지만 화이팅!
세 미드 선수 다 저랑 이제 같이 함께 생활을 했던 미드들인데 당연히 저희 유칼 선수나 프로 선수가 이기지 않을까.
보성이가 그냥 이겨줄 것 같아요.
스프링에서 퍼스트 선수로 선정될 만큼 잘하는 선수고
누구랑 맞붙어도 다 이길 수 있다는 그런 믿음을 갖고 있기 때문에
흐름을 타면 어떻게 될지 모르거든요.
보성이 형이 라인전을 굉장히 세게 하는 편이거든요. 근데 저도 좀 라인전에 대해서는 자신 있는 편이라.
유연아, 우리 미드가 훨씬 잘하니까 우리가 그냥 이길게.
어우 형 그 MSC 때 좀 시원하던데 게임하는 게.
대혁이가 솔직히 보여줄 때가 됐다고 생각을 해요.
요즘에 또 폼이 올라와서 딜을 또 기가 막히게 잘 넣거든요.
저희는 언제든지 받아먹을 준비가 돼가지고 재혁이 형이 던지는 거 잘 주워먹도록 하겠습니다.
하람이는 그 집어 던지고 이런 건 없거든요.
저만 실수 없이 잘할 수만 있다면 이길 수 있다 생각합니다.
젠지전은 좀 명경기를 만들지 않을까.
느낌상으로는 2대0으로 이길 것 같아요. 저희가 연습량으로는 따지면 탑급이어갖고
연습을 소홀히 하면은 저희한테 지게 될 겁니다.
열심히 준비해서 꼭 이기겠습니다. 화이팅!
오늘 경기 승리의 주역은 누구? 바로 저 김아람 에이밍 선수.
I'm so glad that Smeb's back, man. I am so glad he's back. Always good at the trash talk. And we are going to go over that roster now. Tucson aiming on the bottom side of the map, certainly stepping up their game earlier on in the year. And now Kuro is going to be joined by his former Rocks teammate in Smeb on the top side of the map, with Bono augmenting the roster from the jungle. Bono had a rough first series. He had a good spring, though, to be honest. He was part of the resurgence of KT, but he really needs to work on that consistency, because it feels like sometimes when Bono falls behind, he takes the rest of the team down with him.
I mean, it's always jungler who really needs to take on the early game plan, right? So,
Yeah.
I think if Bono is struggling, then all the KT members can struggle through whole game. So I think he should just get back onto the track really fast.
Yeah, well, we'll see whether he can. Rascal cleared BDD, Ruler, and Kellen this time around. No life anymore. We've taken out the life. They've been practicing too hard, just like Ruler had been saying.
Yeah.
No more life, all practice, all League of Legends, all Kellen. I guess is how they're going to go. Key player is going to be BDD, but the stats are not doing him very many favors.
Yeah,
at
this
this point
is
in
really
time.
weird. Yeah, really weird to see BDD having like KDA 8th place or something, you know?
Yeah, it's
but
nuts.
yeah, I mean the damage-wise, he's still like 3rd place, even though they're not like their team stats are not that great, you know.
He
so
was in Elo Hell. I
yeah,
think.
it's still BDD, you know. So he's gonna win something. So it doesn't matter. So this is the timing that they can actually just bounce back.
And look, they've only played one game. It was against DRX, and this is a DRX that came off a T1 victory as well. DRX looking very, very good in the first week of LCK. And I think that Gen G probably shouldn't be judged off that one match alone, as KT certainly will have their work cut out for them. But KT was certainly up there in the spring season. This is not going to be a pushover for Gen G, theoretically, if you look down the line. And KT didn't look great against Team Dynamics in their first match. They got 2-zipped pretty fast.
Yeah.
But that was with, Yukal joining the roster very recently and so on there towards the top side. And I think that there's more inherent synergy between Smeb and Kuro, who have known each other for many years, than Yukal just joining the roster and playing with Soan. So
Old friends. So should we call them KT Tigers or Rocks and Rollster?
Dude, it's the Rocks and Rollster. It has to be. It's like Rocks and Rollster. I was very proud of that one. I was very.
You made it, so I
It's
really
definitely a boomer joke. I'm not gonna lie. All right. Well, all of that aside, let's get into ban and pick for our first game, KT versus Gen G. Blue side here for KT, so I want to discuss the fact that KT are running this roster on blue side, because I actually think it's really interesting. Smeb and Kuro have been playing a lot of shared champions in solo queue recently. Fair bit of Smeb still playing his very famous Rumble towards the top side, and a lot of Silas as well, and Kuro's been spamming both of those champions also. So I wonder whether KT do have some flex ideas moving into this one. Not that Silas and Rumble are necessarily very high tier at the moment, but it's always curious when you see players with shared champion pools.
I mean, if you watch the recent games in LCK, then you can for sure high rate Aphelios over all the champions. So
yeah,
I definitely think that they have already like the players and structure to have AD carry on KT side. So I don't think they have like struggle when they just put all the spotlight on the AD carry. You know, aiming is the player who can carry. But
oh my god,
this is the Cashin though.
What it? Ha!
Azriel. Azriel again, by the way, 1 win and 11 loses. So 8.3% in LCK, the win rate wise. So they first pick it, and it's aiming who had Azriel at the opening.
He is a very good Ezreal.
Yeah.
We have to remember that. So far, both Aiming and Ruler have played only Ezreal and Ashe. This is going to be Ruler's first time out on the 200 years, so we'll see whether that's going to mean that Ruler just walks away with a victory handed to him on a silver Aphelios-themed platter, because that has been how this matchup has gone ever since, I believe it was the T1 Game 3 versus Kingzone. Kingzone versus DRX. Where Deft was able to come out ahead. But that wasn't really about Deft. It was about
Bard
Chovy and Carrier, like Bard and zigzing everyone.
But anyways, they picked Aphelios, one of the great win rate AD carry champion, but with kind of bad jungler, like bad win rate jungler, you know. Graves is not popping off in LCK, by the way.
Yeah, he's not. But Bono has done him a favor and picked Trundle into it,
and
which
TF.
is normally the opposite. Very strange. Azir is going to be picked into Twisted Fate, though. This is actually fine for Twisted Fate. You can farm it out, but it's BDD's Azir. And he's very, very happy on this champion. So Gen G with some flexibility. Clid's Graves, I'm not sure whether that is exactly where you want it to be going here. Graves, like you say, has not been having the greatest win rate. And I just don't think our LCK junglers have been aggressive enough on the Graves to really make him stand out as the oppressive early game jungler that he is, based on farming out the jungle and being frustrating that way. But KT do have the Twisted Fate, which is definitely good news. I would have loved to see Bono go for the Nidalee Twisted Fate combo.
Yeah, maybe
he's been playing a lot of it.
Maybe he's not that ready for that aggressive jungler on his form, you know. And yeah, I mean TF is considered as just tier 1 mid laner right now. Even T1 just first picked it last night and banned all the games. So I think TF is for sure one of the best mid laner. I mean, maybe the best mid laner right now. But it depends on the player and the team who plays TF, you know. And currently they have Trundle and TF and Azriel. And I think it's still fine. The difficulty-wise, it's still balanced, and also it's same. It goes same for Gen G too. They have Aphelios, which is so easy to build up the synergy between the champions, and Azir too. You know, so
yeah,
those drafts are just normal, and maybe this Bard pick can be just
I think it's
spice a little bit
fantastic.
up. Yeah,
that's absolutely fantastic. Tucson had a really good game on Bard. They didn't win, but Tucson was still pretty good, and Bard Ezreal I rate as a pretty good lane. In fact, the only lane that Ezreal has won so far in summer has been with Bard. As Tucson's thinking about going back to an old favorite. We saw Effort popping off on the Rakan last night. And Tucson's considering it for the moment, and we'll have an idea as to what Smeb's going to be playing. It looks like Wukong's being considered.
I like this though.
But they know that Rascal's very happy just to play Malphite. But maybe what they think is that they have Trundle, and they can make Malphite less relevant by taking away his defensive stats.
I mean, I don't want to let my top laner to play Malphite against Azriel, especially though.
Oh, that's true.
So
it's not exactly like the Aphelios pick type situation.
So I think this is really smart choice by KT, and also it's Lulu Azriel bot lane, by the way.
Oh my goodness, it's been a while.
It feels like
Is this Bang
We're going
Wolf?
back to the old days, you know?
Yeah, man.
Old players and old picks.
Yeah.
But Lulu right now considered as really great support as well to just have some late game team fights, and it's still Malphite going on the Genji side. But yeah, I mean, those kind of drafts are just so normal and nothing too special to talk about, but I'm just not sure about that Azrael and Lulu combo on the bot side.
I'm also not sure about first picking Ezreal when Aphelios is open.
Yeah, that's what I mean, you know?
Yeah.
Like, everyone was just like wondering about why Azrael is so bad in LCK. And my answer was just simple that Aphelios is just maybe way too easy to pop off with it, you know? Like Azrael really needs to just 1v9 and shift in and shift out, but Aphelios just needs to click one button and just win the team fight, you know?
That's exactly right. Actually, LS and I recorded the POG State earlier on this morning.
Yeah.
And we had a big discussion about the Ezreal versus Aphelios situation and what the issues are as we have a look at the starting lineups or the champions that are going to be employed here in today's first game. But Ellis had some really interesting points. I mean, Ezreal, it's understandable that he'd be first pick because he's way more flexible within the draft, right?
Yeah.
But what a lot of our LCK teams are doing are playing sort of right into it. Right into the Aphelios type style, right? And they're just bringing teamfight versus...
just go 5v5 for the late game.
Yeah, and if you 5v5 for the late game front to back with Ezreal instead of Aphelios, like, you're just inherently at a disadvantage. We saw the Aphelios get dismantled by a T1 that decided to split push against it. That's one of the strategies. There are multiple strategies you can actually do to make him not work out necessarily as well. And we'll see whether KT is going to be able to make that one work because they do have a decent split pushing composition themselves. Defensive nature of the Lulu is actually pretty good for peel and disengage with the wild growth as well as the glitter lance for the CC. And Smeb and Kuro will be pretty slippery in side lanes.
I mean, it's already looking great with the Wukong-Lulu combination when it comes to teamfight, you know?
That's a lot of knockups.
Yeah, and I don't think Aphelios can dodge that. And especially when you have support Bard. Bard is actually not that great peeling support. So maybe they just consider the teamfight combination more than their bot lane synergy. So yeah, as you mentioned it, Ezreal is always flexible, so he doesn't care. He doesn't care about the support mostly, so...
Yeah, and is pretty comfortable just self-peeling. I think that Lulu's actually... She works differently than she does in a lot of other comps in this comp. I think she's used to augment Smeb's dive in a lot of ways, right? Because you can get the Cyclone for the knock-up, you layer it with another one, you layer it with the second Cyclone.
Yeah.
And Rascal's sitting there going, well, I've only got one knock-up in an AoE. Dang it, I'm Malphite. I'm supposed to be the best diving into the backline. And of course he is, but Nimbus Strike Cyclone actually does basically what an Unstoppable Force does as well.
Yeah, I mean, the point of this game is all about Kuro plays, like how he plays about the early game, you know? Because he's playing TF, so if he goes just 5-5, just farming during the whole early game, then I don't think the pick that he just did in the blue side, it doesn't matter, you know? Then he should just pick other champions like Corki just to farm, you know?
Yeah.
So I think he should just farm the champions instead of the creeps.
We'll see whether he's going to take a leaf out of that book. As we check out the mid lane, Kuro up against B2D here. An old matchup.
Yeah.
I'm remembering back to Afrika versus Kingzone times, where those two teams are actually performing very well. I believe this was many years ago now. But certainly some opportunities there as we welcome Smeb back to the top lane and observe him winning a trade. All of that solo queue in spring working out as Bono's going to find B2D. Red buff is active. Flash is going to be traded, and in goes Kuro to be delivered first blood, although he decides not to take it, and Kuro's just going to munch on the Chicken Man. Really nicely done to get first blood so early for KT.
It feels like deja vu, you know? Like always when Azir is playing against Trundle, they get early ganks and get one-shot by Trundle flashing in, you know?
Yeah.
I saw this like last time too, at level 2, so I think this is already great news. I already said that TF really needs to just walk around all around the map, so this is already helping TF and helping KT in general.
This is also Kuro's TF, and he's been playing this champion for a really, really long time.
Yeah.
Very good at the TF as far as augmenting the rest of his team on the Rocks Tigers. It was like with his added lead. Bono perfectly puts the Rift Scuttler next to the wall. Kellen could have almost stolen that one away. Split's going to make his way in. Bono is very hungry, so decides to eat himself some Bard, but is going to be able to make it out of there. Of course, with the little scuttle surface, he's feeling okay. It's Kuro. No flash, remember, so Clid's going to come on down as Rascal's looking for a solo kill onto Smeb. Smeb gets the cannon creep, and so he's going to be A-okay. Doesn't want to take the next wagon wheel, though. That's going to be him dead. But eats through his biscuits.
Lead is coming.
He's going to be all right. Whoa, that's a big teleport.
TP's coming too.
All right, Decoy comes down. Rascal desperately wanting to just take one with him, but you're right, Clid is on his way in. Rascal just going to flash out of the way. And Kuro comes up. Oh no, the face check. Smev immediately flashes. But there it is. Rascal just claps in. Bono's going to make his way in. Remember, he doesn't have flash either, as Kuro is going to be able to lock down that kill. It's looking to be a decent trade as the pillar is fantastic, but Kuro, no flash, can't get back over that wall, and it's a 1-for-1 in the end.
Yeah, it was a great TP try by Kuro too, but yeah, I mean, Smeb eventually just fade checked and got one shot, so it was just 1-for-1 trade. I mean, this was just way more impactful on the mid lane, so
yeah.
We're gonna see it again. How strong is PTA Trundle?
Pretty good. And we've seen a lot of phase rush, actually, so it's cool seeing the PTA.
Oh, it was all planned. That's what he said.
I like it. I like the confidence. Kuro finds a very fast gold card. Unfortunately, not quite fast enough there as Rascal sets it up, and it was all a little bit too easy. I believe they knew that Clid was in the area. A little bit disappointing.
Yeah, that was lack of focus, I guess. But anyways, that was 1-for-1 trade. So I'm not sure who's gonna be more happier about this situation, but I'm pretty sure that it's still really great to see Bono is popping off for the early game for KT right now. And
oh wow.
Yeah, they're talking about their duo again. It's not translated for the English viewers, right?
Has it been 1,339 days since they played together?
Yeah.
Back in 2016 Worlds? That is super cool.
Okay, so they won 2 LCK no, actually. They runner-up 2 LCK Spring Split and runner-up Wars 2, and they won Summer Split LCK. And the last game they did was SKT. It was versus SKT. Like,
that's actually really cool.
That's so old, actually.
That's a very long time ago, and that was also such a famous matchup, right? Like, SKT versus Rox was the big one. LCK final, Worlds final, like, really, really cool stuff. It's one for the ages, but they're not playing here. It's Gen G this time around as Smeb is looking to get solo killed again. That wagon wheel comes in and Rascal just kills him. This is a pretty good matchup for the old Malphite, but also one that Smeb probably should be playing a little bit differently.
Yeah, I mean, this is not the first time we can see Wukong versus Malphite matchup, by the way. It happened at LJL and also Challengers Korea.
I mean, Rascal literally played this matchup.
Yeah, I mean,
in this last series.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is this is the only one player who plays Malphite actually good.
Yeah.
And result is also really great, you know? Like, all the Malphites were just falling down because like they were not good enough Malphite. But Rascal is actually just stone itself, you know, it feels like.
He's real good.
Yeah.
And he's now winning by 20 CS. This is absolutely a blowout. As Smeb, you know, he still needs to get the cobwebs out. It's been a while since he's been on a stage like this. He's getting used to it.
Yeah.
And we'll see whether we're going to see the team fight Smeb, because right now the lane is over. It's done. As there's an ulti into the mid lane. Kuro does have his flashback available, but I don't know whether he even has an opportunity to use it, and he doesn't. VDD sends the Sand Soldiers forth and will take down Gambit in the mid lane.
That's an X-Men when joke. He died, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, it's not looking so hot after a decent first blood from KT. Gen G are finding everything as here's the solo kill.
Oh. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Don't need to translate that one.
Yeah, harder, harder, that's what he said.
Oh my god. Well, Kuro could have flashed. Decided not to. And dies for it.
Yeah, I mean, that was like...
Oh, in the meantime, aiming is suffering from the year's disease. Kuro's going to come down, but not. Oh, very close. Tucson does survive in the end. Kuro decides that he's not actually able to take down Ruler with his, Severum Crescendum combo. Bono's down there. He also does not want to attempt anything. Smeb's going to spot as, oh, maybe we're going to get a bit of a face check here as Kellen. See whether he finds the Cosmic Binding. He doesn't. And it's going to send Aphelios to the Death Chamber. Bono very happy to go on a magical journey. He says, thanks very much, Kellen. One more auto is going to do it. And wasn't necessary to flash there whatsoever, but he did it anyway in celebration.
Oh yeah, I mean, Genji, they did really great job on the bot side for like, it was 2v3 in fact, but after that they just face checked. So like, while Clade was getting headled on the top side, I mean, if they didn't face check there, it was really great news for Genji, but
oh yeah,
at the end, Ruler died, so it was kind of trade, but Clade is still looking for top side.
Oh no, there's an ult available, and we don't even know whether Smeb has his decoy available just yet. There it is, Unstoppable Force comes down, collateral damage is in there, but Smeb has survived. Cyclone did about nothing, and there's the Emperor's Divide. Bono should be taken down here as Clid is right on top of him. Wild Growth comes through from Tucson though, and he will find the Glitter Lance to slow down Clid. Completely out of mana as aiming turns up from the bottom side. All of these shields and heals are working out for Tucson's Lulu, who just comes to save the day. It's very Tucson of him.
Yeah.
You know, always saving his team.
Smeb still died there, but anyways, Bono didn't die. If Bono died there, it was disaster, but man, this is fine still. Ruler is trying to say that, oh yeah, we are fine because I'm just getting all the golds on the bot side. But anyways, aiming got the kill back, so, and Bono is still not died, got cut, so he was still getting solo kills on 2v2 on the bot side, shifting in.
It's the most aiming thing I have ever seen. Oh, that is just perfect. Absolutely amazing. Oh my god.
I mean, that was really great Q flash by Kellen though. That was like instant reaction. And yeah, after that, they got double killed. And yeah, I saw that he really needed to flash in there because he didn't have a red buff. So
yeah, I don't know what it was, but he didn't actually auto, so he took damage from something. So this was Smeb flashing over, but Rascal also flashes, so that's why the Cyclone didn't do anything. Not a bad play there from Smeb to make sure that they also got Rascal's flash. It was a decent turnaround here afterwards.
yeah, so in general, KT is doing something, and Genji is like, they're winning topside, right? And they tried to got some bot lane, and they actually got the bot tower too.
Yeah, wow.
So it felt like KT was controlling the game, but slowly, like, no, we're not. It's fine. Genji is just farming top lane, and yes, Smeb is definitely struggling.
And like I was saying, Kuro pretty good at Twisted Fate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Decent.
Yeah, it's okay. 100% win rate. I think maybe even our friend LS might be impressed by that one. 7.2 KDA though, not quite enough. But I will see whether it's going to be his first loss on the champion or whether Kuro is going to continue. As oh my goodness, we're
lost whole games.
It's the Graves going down the Lee Sin path.
Oh yeah.
And it's not the path you want to be trekking.
Lee Sin is still struggling though.
Oh he is, yeah.
Yeah, so
he won one game.
That's
here
true.
in the LCK, one.
But it seems like all the aggressive junglers are not working out in LCK. I mean, there is so many picks that, especially in LCK, is not popping off, but like LPR or the other regions are doing great on those champions like Graves, Lee Sin, Leona on the bot lane, and Renekton and Syndra. Like all those champions are not popping off in LCK, and I was like looking for the reason, and yeah, they're looking for the TF again.
Yeah, they're not going to find him. BDD is just going to get stunned up, and Kuro outplays him completely. It was really nicely done. I say outplayed, I mean he moved slightly to the right.
Yeah.
Or to the left, depending on what your perspective is. So yeah, not bad. BDD might need to tighten that one up just a little bit.
Yeah, BDD's Azir is one of a kind, you know. He's always looking for like insects like those kind of super plays, and that's why always Korean casters are just really hyped for BDD's Azir, you know?
Yeah, just waiting for it.
Yeah.
Well, we've got 30 seconds until the plate's taken down. KT are getting to work on the top outer turret. Rascal's there, does have Unstoppable Force available, but not sure whether he's going to be able to use it effectively here against the 4 members, as Kuro's going to face check Clid, but he's not taking too much damage. This Rod of Ages is doing work for Kuro, keeping him alive. Wildcards come down, more plates being consumed by the Aphelios, and I think if you're a KT fan, you understand that that is definitely more than bad news.
Yeah, I mean, KT, they didn't get tower yet, by the way. And KT is the one have TF, and I never seen like TF is like using ultimate to get caught on side lanes, those kind of plays. It's all about like BDD is trying to get TF, you know? So I feel like Bono is ahead, but it's like by himself, not with like TF and mid jungle synergy, you know?
Yeah.
So I don't feel like KT is using TF well enough, but also I would say it's because of the top lane balance right now, because it's completely destroyed and Smab is just getting tumbled by Rascal, so...
Yeah, that's 30 CS, the lead here at the moment for the Malphite, who's building towards his Frozen Heart. Things are just going to get worse and worse and worse and worse.
Yeah.
For the Wukong, who's just not going to be able to touch this Malphite whatsoever.
Yeah, so who's gonna kill Malphite, by the way? They have TF on the mid lane, which is not great tank killer. And
I
also
mean, they have Subjugate, right? So they do still have Trundle. Theoretically,
is
Trundle is a decent answer to a tank. Whether he's going to be enough of an answer against this level of gigantic tank, I'm not entirely sure. As Kuro, he's going to flash out of the Tempered Fate. And Kellen's just going to take a free summoner spell for his ultimate.
Yeah. Yeah, if KT really want to win this game, then they just need to have one moment to have team fight with Trundle using ulti on the Malphite too, and this is the moment that they are looking for.
Yep, that's what they're going to go for. As Bono puts down the pillar, Unstoppable Force, used to get out. And Rascal holds onto his flash, so no worries. Smeb didn't have to invest his, neither did Bono. So we're doing okay. In fact, the ultimate not even necessary out of the Trundle either. Rascal just ults away a little bit too early. And Smeb's going to grab some turret gold as Ruler finds himself aiming. And Shirley is going to bear down on this outer turret in the mid lane. That's going to go down. It's a trade to the outer on the bottom side. Aiming should be able to get rid of Shirley before she does any more damage. 2,000 gold approximately is the lead here for Gen G. As Kuro's just going to say thanks for the leash and gives him a good old thumbs up. As Clid and BDD walk away a little bit shamefully.
Yeah, he's old player, so he's using old emotes, you know?
Yeah, perfect. I like it. The OG.
Yeah, but anyways, the idea behind with the KT team composition is all about the team fight. And that's the reason why they picked up Wukong and Lulu, you know? For now, you can just say that because they just really messed up on the lane, in the laning phase. So yeah, they still have team fight chance and they're not losing Drake stats or like anything. So they are still looking for the team fight, and Aiming also got his 2 items.
Yeah, Aiming's really strong. And Kuro is pretty close to collecting his Lich Bane as well, as Gen G do start off this Drake. This might be the opportunity that KT are looking for. It is a good ward.
Maybe looking
Gen
for
G,
it.
though, as True Shot Barrage is going to land onto Kellen and BDD. Speaking of BDD, he's going to get himself out of the way as another Unstoppable Force has to be used defensively, but it buys them enough time to grab this Drake. Now Bono gets sped up with the Whimsy, but they are unable to get on top of Gen G, and they'll just walk away with a free Mountain Drake. And KT going to feel a little bit silly.
Oh man, KT, they would feel really bad here because they lost Drake and they got nothing. I mean, they got top tower, but it doesn't matter at this point when Genji is already ahead in 3 towers. And yeah, Genji is just slowly controlling the game. And I mean, they said they're gonna copy and try to learn from LPL style, but it feels like more they are just looking for the old playstyle, just going for the late game.
Yeah, and Gen G are going to group up as Bono avoids that Tempered Fate very nicely. Kuro also gets himself out of that one, but has to flash again And it's going to be bad news. Not a lot of Flash Gold cards available. And yeah, look, I think it's good to be inspired by other regions. Blindly doing so is not necessarily the greatest. You got to find out what works best for you.
Yeah.
It looks like Gen G currently making this one work against the very powerful Twisted Fate. You have to remember that this mid lane, if BDD is able to win out, then that is actually huge just because of how powerful Twisted Fate has been currently in summer.
Yeah. And yeah, Gen G is like, they got back to their just old playstyle, you know, just be hard and just straight to all the objectives, you know. They never give up, and they just slowly getting all the farms, and eventually they're gonna take the fight. But they just need to farm for 30 minutes, you know.
Yeah, and what I want to see, right? Because now we're in a situation where KT also on the back foot, but what is this veteran status of Smeb and Kuro going to offer the team? Because they could theoretically utilize the fact that these are older players that have had all of the pressure on them throughout the years with their time on various teams. As I'm going to have to hold the thought for a moment. Tucson has to flash to get himself out of this one. Wild Growth utilized as Kellen has to flash out of a Mystic Shot. As aiming was untouched, now cleared, finds himself in the middle of a rock and a hard place. As he does get out. Holds onto his flash, in fact, as the quick draw was all he really needed. Rascal once again can't quite find his way in.
Yeah, Gen G is trying to get some older controls. That was kind of LPL-ish playstyle on the mid lane. Just tunnel into the mid lane. But it didn't work out, and aiming is slowly just getting some control with Ezreal.
And I'm actually enjoying watching aiming play this one out as Kuro sidesteps the Tempered Fate. Boots of Swiftness and the Lichbane is good as aiming. Great finger work there, making sure he gets the Arcane Shift out. And there's a good pillar as Rascal should be going down here. There we go, aiming, locks down that kill, but Ruler is looking for Bono. He's frontlining as this one. And in goes the Cyclone. Smeb actually gets a good flank, but the Magical Journey's going to be enough to get them out of there. Smeb still hunting as aiming is doing the same. And KT, there is still some fight left in him.
Yeah. Both AD carries are just trying to 1v9 the fight, and the one who was smiling was aiming. He was just kiting all the time, and even though Tushin died, he did his job, you know?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
And after Malphite flashing in and ultimate, he got nothing, so easily kiting. That was great reaction by aiming too.
Yep, and it doesn't really matter because Lulu's ultimate was already on cooldown anyway, so wasn't actually going to be offered to this fight. Smeb gets in for a decent flank position, but you can see just how valuable the Bard is. But still, I mean, a team fight, if it goes that way, you're going to be feeling okay about it, as we've got Flash traded there. Kuro this time is going to get out of the way of BDD's ultimate by the looks of things, and keeps himself alive.
BDDs just keep forcing Kuro's flash and like just be really annoying to Kuro right now. And because of that, I feel like Kuro is not in this game. Like he was not making any plays by himself.
Hasn't been able to, yeah.
Yeah, and it's the only one. Like aiming and those tools like junglers and support, Tushin and Bono is just trying to have support on Ezreal to make him carry on this game. But it feels like it's really hard, you know, for now, because also Gen G has carry, like Azir and Aphelios, so...
Oh yeah, they are set moving towards the late game, as Destiny has to be used just to make sure that Gen G aren't taking a Baron. Wildcard's not going to find anything either, as now KT milling about in the mid lane. Smeb's moving on over from bot. That minion wave is going to die. Calibrum does some work, but the shields coming out from Tucson are working. And he has that Ardent Sensor buffing up aiming. Kuro also benefits a lot from the Ardent Sensor as well. Likes to auto-attack and things like that. As another True Shot Barrage is going to spot that Gen G were lying in wait as Bono gets caught out with the Tempered Fate. All four members on top of him. Down to half health. Wild Growth comes out and he will survive. Doesn't even use the Subjugate, as Rascal was out of vision and out of range. But looks like with the chunk onto the jungler, Gen G are going to start off this Baron. Flash available still from the Trundle as well, as Rascal getting taken down relatively low. The Baron still at 4,500 health. And And Gen G are going to back away, not wanting to risk it.
Ruler got chunked a lot, so
They lost a lot from that to Gen G. KT could actually get a gold lead if Kuro is actually able to take down this turret. And remember, this is Twisted Fate. He does a lot of turret damage.
yeah, and
Looks like they're
also
not gonna get it.
eventually KT is getting Drake as well. That was maybe unnecessary national try on that point, because all 5 members are still alive, and as you mentioned it, Bono didn't use ultimate there, so they could still fight
Yeah.
Nashor Pit, so that's
He
why
also still had flash, so he could
Yeah,
get
he-
over the wall. So that was definitely a 50-50 at best. And the Drakes are evened out as well. I think you're exactly right there, as Gen G a little bit optimistic with the attempt on the Baron and maybe thought that they were further ahead than they actually are, because they're not. Like, looking at the goal, it's 1,000. At
Yeah.
24 minutes, that means nothing.
And also, it feels like Azura and Lulu is slowly popping off. And yeah, I mean, those pokes are slowly getting really hard on the Genji side, because all the champions are squishy except Malphite, you know. So if you get one hit by aiming at this point, then you will get chunked really hard.
Yeah, and he's going to go back and finish Death Dance very, very soon. And it's going to make it even more difficult to try and take him down.
The point is, can they actually reach to aiming or no? Like, that's all, you know?
I mean, it's aiming. Like, his job as Ezreal is to not be reached.
Yeah.
I think that, like, actually he should be fine.
I mean, they have a lot of tools, Genji, like Bard,
Yeah, yeah.
Ultimate, Azir, and also Malphite. And they have damage too, but it's all about Azrael, so... And Azrael is so annoying for now because of Deathlands and Ice Smoke Gauntlet, so... It's
And,
aiming versus Genji.
And of course, aiming is Arcane shifting forward. Beautiful. Gold card's going to land onto Rascal. They're looking to try and stop the engage possibility. The Sundisk goes up. And Genji, they desperately want a Baron. All they want in life is a Baron. And going to get demolished. A little bit unfair. But a passive can be taken down by a rune. But Clid probably going to get himself into this pit. As KT had that very cute ward, you can see just, actually in a control ward in the pit right now, as Genji know exactly what's going on. Aiming, Arcane Shift, gets himself out of the Tempered Fate, as Ruler has a lot of chakrams built up. There is a lot of damage available as Kellen gets tagged by so many Mystic Shots. This is what happens when the Qs keep landing.
Yeah.
And it's not what we saw as, my god, that gold card did about 1 trillion damage there to Clid. As aiming, of course, is dashing over the wall, flashes forward, Arcane Shift not available, and he's not going to be able to find Clid. So right as I big up aiming, he's going to fall down as Kellen just one auto attack, and aiming should be able to take him as True Shot Barrage wasn't able to get rid of Clid. But Genji are on the run, and KT are bearing down on them too, so not a lot of mana, but not a lot of health on Genji, as the Sand Soldiers will chunk down Bono, but he is going to survive for the moment. No one died, in fact, but KT, I think, won that.
Yeah, and KT's like, yeah, as I mentioned it, it's all about Genji versus aiming, and aiming feels like he's really free. He's shifting in all the time, and no one could even touch him. And I don't know why Clid was positioned here, because he can literally assassinate no one with this Graves at this point. So
I don't know where that Q was planning on going from aiming, but it's okay. It's neither here nor there. He's showing that the Ezreal is definitely working out, even if the aim was a bit off towards the back, as Ruler has to use everything, but it's a really, really nice magical journey to get him out.
So yeah, the point is still same. It's all about aiming, and he has those kind of, I would say, disgusting items, you know. Ice Gauntlet with Deathland, and also Stopwatch too.
Yeah, it's bad news. Although, Ruler is getting towards his Death Dance as well. He's got his QSS done. As now Rascal will find Bono. Tucson's going to dive on over though, just to save his jungler. As our Subjugate was used. So now Genji with a slight opportunity as they as KT waits for that ult to be back available again. But Frozen Heart was completed. There's a lot of, oh my god, aiming. He's already chunked Rascal to a 3rd health just by himself.
So he's melting Malphite
without any tank busting items.
Exactly.
Oh my god. That's scary.
I was underrating aiming's easier.
He is very good at the Ezreal, and especially his aggressive style. Like, we always knew aiming as the guy that like would only arcane shift forward and most of the time die for it. But now he's arcane shifting forward, and there's whimsy on him. There's giant shields coming through from Tucson, and there's the rest of his team peeling, and it's working out as that's a kill delivered over, and that's the jungler as well. So some opportunities here for KT to try and grab Mountain Drake in 5 seconds, or even the Baron. The Sun Disc is up, but that is not something that KT really cares about, and all 5 will move over to this Mountain Drake. Should be able to take that one down and threaten Soul Point. And with all of the vision that KT already had on this Baron area, Gen G aren't going to be able to answer by getting any control back in that spot. So it looks like Gen G are playing super far behind right now.
Yeah.
Even though the gold is incredibly even, they have Aphelios moving into the late game, they have an Azir, they have extra turrets they can put up. But still feels like KT are well and truly in control off the back of Kuro and aiming.
I mean, target Graves. Look at Graves aiming. We got Graves. Yeah. He's like planning God, you know?
Yep.
So his TF is finally working out.
But this is exactly what TF is really good at, right?
Yeah.
He is like the Kuro champion. Because Kuro is, like you say, you know, he's the ringleader. He's the guy that keeps everyone together. That was always his job. On the Rocks Tigers, I think a lot of people were underrating Kuro because he's not a flashy player.
Yeah.
Because they had Smeb, they had Peanut. I mean, they even had Prey, who was making some sick plays, you know, that famous Ash arrow, things like that. Like, they already had like 3 chefs in that kitchen. They did not need one coming out of the mid lane.
Yeah.
As Kuro's job was definitely a lot more facilitative, and it's showing right here, 1-1 and 5, the scoreline is perfect.
But anyways, for Genji side, when Genji was struggling and when they couldn't end up the game with the Nashor play, it was always Cleat or Ruler getting cut. Like, it was always starting from that. And also, I just want to call that red side a Raptor zone to just Cleat zone. I feel like Cleat is getting cut so many times at that point, and yeah, I mean, it needed to be really, really stopped at this point.
Yeah.
Genji is the team who is looking for walls and just top teams, not like just, oh yeah, we are happy with the rank 5 in LCK or something, you know?
No.
They are considered as top teams in world, and yeah, they should really stop this kind of like silly mistakes like we can maybe see it from the like bottom tier teams, you know?
Exactly. And they have the winning formula. They have Aphelios into Ezreal. And from what we saw, no matter who was piloting it, apart from Deft that one time, this is a winning matchup. But now, KT are demonstrating to us exactly why Ezreal was picked so many times blind into this matchup. And I think that the Twisted Fate certainly does help out. As when T1 played it, the Twisted Fate victory against the Aphelios, it was with a Kalista on the bottom side of the map. It works relatively similarly, as our self-peel options are certainly there for Kalista as well. So
they keep showing Smab and Rascal's stats, you know, to make Smab looks really bad.
Triple the damage. But the gold is like almost even.
Oh man.
Because the CS
it doesn't matter,
all the way
like,
back up. Yeah, it is.
I mean, I think LCK broadcasting teams are just way too harsh on Smab, you know.
Yeah. The poor guy.
Yeah.
I mean, he did get solo killed by a rock.
I mean, the good thing is, you know, in the skirmishes and teamfight, he's keep forcing Ruler's QSS and Flash, so it doesn't matter, you know.
He's doing his job.
He's doing great.
Yeah.
He's doing his job, so.
And what was Smeb known for? Flank teleports. That's
Yeah,
what
exactly.
he can do. That's what he can do. Did he do that? Yes.
For
I
sure.
think, a couple of times. As Tempered Fate going to land once again onto Bono. Not exactly the target that they want, as aiming is just raining hell down on the members of Gen G. Rascal desperately just wants to find something that he can do. As Destiny was used, that's going to mean that Gen G are going to move straight towards this Baron. Oh, there's that cute little ward. Lasted almost its full duration. Beautiful stuff. As the teleport comes through from Kuro, True Shot Barrage will tag a couple and spot that this Baron's going down extremely fast. This is just snuck. Magical Journey's going to be there, and goodbye. Gen G are out of there with a free purple buff on their behind.
This is Bard's threat. We saw so many times with Bard when they have Bard, and especially when they have Aphelios and Azir, they can for sure one-shot the Nashor. And
It is
Genji
so
knew it.
fast.
Yeah, Genji knew it, and finally they got Nashor before Klid or Ruler getting caught.
And also, they needed to do it right now because they'll have enough time to get back to this Mountain Drake, which is soul point for KT. So 25 seconds. It will mean that this Baron power play is not going to be as huge because, of course, they will have to siege this Mountain Drake unless they just decide to go for some inhibitors instead. And see split push from Kuro on the bottom side as I switch to the Ignite after utilizing his teleport. Inner turret goes down for free. But it looks like Kuro's just going to be able to solo out this Mountain Drake by himself. And KT are just going to buy some time, as you can see. Klid getting taken down relatively low. True Shot Barrage softens up the 280 carries. And Kuro decided not to start off this Mountain Drake, but just an inner turret. Felt like that was controlled relatively well from Genji, aiming. Might need to be a little bit careful, but I do like the aggression. As BDD shifts himself over to take down this blue buff, and KT get full control of the river. And are they just... Genji going to concede Mountain Soul? Possibly, as aiming still. He has an itchy trigger finger, but look at that. It's Mountain Soul for free.
Yeah, and by the way, this is Mountain Drake for tank Azrael.
Yeah,
who has Iceborne Gauntlet and Death Dance.
Does he have more defensive stats than Malphite now? Maybe. That's a triple stack of Mountain Drakes.
Yeah, and Mountain Drake Soul as well.
Yeah.
So I have no doubt that he's gonna just shift in all the time. Maybe
he's gonna shift in right now.
Yeah, and
there we go. Hello. All right. Oh, that was Bono's fault, by the way. Yeah, you can just tank the turret.
Yeah.
Maybe he just doesn't know. He needs to do some limit testing. Aiming is a great limit tester. He loves that. So we need to see more of it as Rascal. He's still not feeling like he's under too much threat, as two of them are backing here in this. Why don't they just kill him? All right, they want to go back and make sure that their base doesn't die.
Yeah.
That does make some sense.
Still it's Genji who has Nashor buff, so it's still Genji controlling the map around. But yeah, they didn't get inhibitor yet with the Nashor buff at minute 35. So it feels like slowly KT again, who is getting like team fight favor. And yeah, it's obviously Mountain Drake Soul is gonna help a lot on KT side at this point.
And this inner turret's gonna go down, so that is 6 turrets already taken. A large portion of the gold advantage, 5,000 in the lead here for Genji as it currently stands, is to do with turret gold, a couple of them in the lead. But also, they've been picking up a little bit more farm in these side lanes, as you can see. About 50 in the lead for BDD. And still in touching distance.
200 armor, by the way.
200 armor. Okay. That's it's not bad.
205.
205 armor Ezreal. He's a tank.
Yeah, he's literally tank.
Yeah.
And he's playing against Aphelios. I mean, like, this is maybe the game that actually he breaks the record in LCK, and it feels like all the time when we see Azrael right now, it feels like they decide to lose.
Yeah, it did feel like that. But we have to remember this is Aiming's Ezreal. He's very good. It'll be him and Deft, the only two that have won, if they're able to win. Remember, Genji still has a lead as Cyclone goes in towards the back line. Ruler has to flash immediately. Second Cyclone should be enough. The QSS was unbelievable, and that Tempered Fate was fantastic, but straight up not enough. The Wild Growth is going to completely counter Rascal, and as we talk about it, KT deliver. 9-6 is the kill score, and they'll run up mid and should be able to take an inhibitor.
I told you, when Genji is struggling, it's always Klid or Ruler is getting cut. It never stops.
And also, Smeb flanking on top of Ruler. Ruler's QSS was beautiful, by the way. Not enough. Tempered Fate, amazing. Not enough. And without Ruler and without Rascal, what does Genji do? Like, Klid's too squishy, Kellen's too squishy, BDD wants to be able to insect, but he's not going to be able to do anything because there's a damn Mountain Soul denying all of his damage as Klid just going to walk straight up to them, trying to deal with all of these minions. And they're so damn tanky.
Yeah, and it was always Aiming who like leads the KT in the team fight, and it's really good to see Smeb popping off in the team fight as well after those rough time in the laning phase.
It's not about the laning phase. Doesn't matter anymore.
It doesn't matter anymore. It was really great synergy between old families, you know. Kuro
Yeah,
and Smeb.
see, this is the Rock's power, that veterancy that we were talking about as Bono flashes and chomps on the 200 years. And that's exactly what you want to see. You want to see just diving onto the Aphelios. That's what this comp can do. That's better than what Gen G can do. Plus KT can split. Like, there are a lot of different gears that this comp can run, and we shouldn't see straight up 5v5 if KT are going to play out this comp right. And so far, that's what they've been demonstrating.
Exactly. And yeah, Gen G feels like they are completely lost. I mean, they got some great moment with the bar strategy on the Nashor side, but at this point...
257 armor.
Oh yeah, because of the GA.
257? What? And he's still got a level to go.
Yeah, and also Aphelios is not Last Whisper Lava, so I don't think he can ever win 1v1.
He can't. Yeah, aiming is a straight up damage dealer carry with armor penetration.
With tanking as well.
And he can tank. As there's a flash. Tucson gets out of it.
And he has
holds onto his.
Well.
Yep. This is what we wanted to be talking about when we were discussing Ezreal. Is once again we're going to go forward. There's the Emperor's Divide. It's going to get Rascal knocked up though. Zagago Stoneplate should keep him alive for a little bit longer, but aiming just straight up doesn't care. Arcane shifts to the side. Rascal is so close to dead and will be taken down. Aiming is a one-man army. It's the double kill. Can he chase down Clit is the question. Who uses his ulti for defense and will make it under his Nexus turrets. BDD might be in trouble though as Ruler. This is the matchup, right? This should be Aphelios winning, but he's running for the hills in front of just aiming.
He tanks, but also attacks at the same time.
He defends, but also he attacks. He does all of the things as aiming's just going to run at Ruler. They do need the exhaust. There's the Arcane Shift and the Mystic Shot will be enough. Is it going to be the unofficial Penta as the GA is procced and Tucson is going to take a turn. Smeb's going to take down the Azir and KT will crush the first Nexus of the series.
I'm really happy that...
Oh, this is so cathartic, right? Oh my god.
With Smeb and Kuro. KT is back, the old family is back, and aiming is back. All the things are back, and yeah, they should be really happy with this performance. And they had some struggle moments. I mean, it's only top lane, by the way, who struggled. But anyways, they made out the team fight. They made out 257 armor, Ezreal 2. And yeah, this is the structure that we really want to see it from KT.
Aphelios had 200 years, but Ezreal had 200 armors.
Yeah.
It was absolutely fine.
Good.
But aiming was... This, oh man, just feels so good to have the priority validated, you know, because it looked so silly in the draft. The first pick of Ezreal after he'd lost 8 games in a row is what it felt like. I think it was closer to 7, because I think it was one of the second or third matches that Deft managed to actually win in the matchup, but still, aiming just showing that he deserves that gauntlet from our really cool CG intro that we have this season.
That is true. He for sure deserves the Ezreal title on his name. And yeah, I mean, it's all about Ezreal. And by the way, this is damage dealt to champions. And we really want to see how much he tanked too.
Yeah, exactly. I want to see the damage taken. I want to see how much armor he had in comparison to Malphite. Because I think at the end, he may have been rivaling what Rascal had put together. It was, you know, he had a couple more armor items, I guess, but the Mountain Soul certainly was helping out with the triple stack. But seriously, he had 270 armor at the end of the game because he hit level 18. Like,
yeah, and also
nutty.
This kind of playstyle was what we're looking for when we think about the Ezreal. And we also talked about so many times about the Korean Ezreal, right? But yeah, finally it's popping off, and yeah, I mean, maybe we consider aiming's Ezreal as a different Ezreal, but you know.
Maybe. I wasn't expecting to talk about aiming's Ezreal like that. We saw Deft struggle in one of his games. Teddy couldn't make it work, but aiming, he's the one that steps up, deserving that gauntlet, like we say in the intro. But guys, this is a best of 3 Gen G. Have an opportunity to fight back right after this short break.
말고.
오케이 안 빨려.
타워 했어.
아 이겼어.
나이스 우리 팀. 그만 소리.
잘했어. 경호일 캐리했다. 경호일 잘했어요. 경호일 캐리했어.
오케이.
완벽했다. 나를 둘러싼 모든 것들이 완벽했다.
강팀주님, 요즘 서부팀 경기 잘 안 보시는 것 같아요. 트렁크 한번 봐봐요. 거기에 뭐 숨기는 것 같던데?
선우, 해설하다가 급하게 나갔어. 너한테 가는 것 같다. 조심해. 동부팀 경기 보는 거 눈치챈 것 같아.
동부팀 경기 봤어?
I saw it. 봤어. 꿀잼.
나도 봤어. 허니잼.
모든 게 완벽했다. 나를 둘러싼 모두가 완벽하게 나를 속이고 있었다. 재밌니?
혹시 너 알고 있었어? 어우, 야, 태호 그 자식이 꿀잼이라고 한 경기만 보자 그래서.
나 몰래 동부 경기도 같이 보고 네가 내 친구가 맞긴 하니?
당연하지.
그렇다면 분석 똑바로 해 이제부터! 재혁 씨, 대체 왜 동부는 재밌는 거야?
선우 씨 괜찮아요? 선우 씨, 선우 씨 괜찮아요? 뭐요? 한옥 씨.
더 이상 강팀준이 아닌 거야?
딴티가 사랑에 빠진 게 죄는 아니잖아. 꿀잼. 이런 갓나 새끼. 너도 보고 싶잖아. 동부팀 경기 보고 싶어 죽겠잖아, 당신. 아니야?
이게 나야.
엄마 아빠 뭐가 그렇게 쉬워? 아니 언제는 강팀이 최고라며. 내가 미치겠는 거 동부팀과 서부팀을 동시에 좋아한다는 거야.
그러게 남의 바로 함부로 치는 게 아닌데.
맞아요. 저 싱글이라고요. 혼자 사는 게 무슨 문제인지 말씀을 해보시라고요.
LCK 걱정하지 마. 내가 후원하도록 하지. 친해질게.
저도 LCK 들어가고 싶은데.
찬성 하시는 분?
난 찬성.
건도요.
저도 찬성이에요.
Welcome back everybody to 2020 LCK Summer Split Analyst Desk. Today we'll be joined by Mina Kim and Lyra and Pon for today's analysis.
본인 이번 주 쭉 함께하고 계신데
Pon, how was your first week in LCK?
처음 할 때는 이제 말을 어떻게 할지
Well, on my first day, I didn't know how to talk on camera, but now I'm well adjusted and feel really comfortable. Lyra, how is he doing? I mean, he's really similar to Whatted, giving a lot of straightforward comments. So I'm a little bit of a calm type of guy, so having this kind of a straightforward guys right next to me is really exciting and I like it. It was KT versus Genji, and once again they traded to Aphelios and Ezreal. Even though Ezreal has a very low win rate, KT just picked B1 Ezreal. Speaking of mid matchup, well, as a Twisted Fate player, it's actually really hard to play into Azir. So you have to make sure that you don't die during the laning phase, but Kuro just pulled it off really cleanly. And in the current meta, we see a lot of Yuumi and Lulu, but Aphelios without Yuumi or Lulu is weaker than we expect. So even though Genji had the late game picks, well, Aphelios was not that scary compared to Aphelios with Yuumi, because this time around his partner was Bard. And Trundle was a counter into Malphite, so KT had a better edge of this draft overall. But we had this first skirmish that KT tried really hard to keep their laning pressure, so actually Genji was able to earn points. So that was a one-on-one trade, so either team could have been satisfied with this result. Smap had a very hard laning phase, but this skirmish was only a one-on-one trade. So Kuro also helped Smap on the top side, but Twisted Fate did not miss any XP. But at the same time, Smap had to share his XP with Twisted Fate, so Rascal hit level 6 first and he just ran in as soon as he took his ultimate. Smap had to be a little bit more clever calculating all the XP, but well, with the level 8, Rascal kind of utilized it really well and has drawn the solo kill over there. If Genji managed to snowball it throughout the game, they could have taken down the Nexus as well. But even though they got the lead in the early phase, they had to snowball even harder. Because Trundle is a hard counter into Malphite, maybe Rascal should have built full AP damage build.
이제 말파이트는 트런들
Speaking
뽑아놔서
of
이제
the
못 뽑을
Genji's
거니까 대는 안
draft,
오공 상대 말파이트가 많이 떠났거든요.
because maybe Rascal or Genji thought that
근데
Malphite is a really good champion into Wukong, they just insta-locked it in, but they maybe did not regard the possibility of Trundle being such a huge counter. And also, Ezreal was doing a lot of work with poking ability, but since Aphelios did not have Yuumi or Lulu, any supportive champion, well, he couldn't actually come online.
저렇게 해야 된다. 칭찬을 많이 하셨어요.
사실 블루 1픽 아펠리오스와 이지리얼 이제
So it was a B1 Ezreal. So they chose Ezreal over Aphelios, even though a lot of people are thinking that Aphelios is over, having more ability over Ezreal, but this time, aiming kind of showed the meaning of this champion.
여기서 이제 용 쪽으로 턴하면서
So as the Genji players were rotating to Dragon, they were just perma-poking to the Genji comp.
그 이유는 바로 트런들 때문이죠.
Malphite cannot just ultimate in because just because there was Trundle blocking him away. As soon as he jumps in, he will be subjugated and he will be melted down.
올 때까지 이지리얼이 이제 대시를 하면서 천천히 와야 되는데 트런들 이지리얼 조합이
Trundle Ezreal comp was a huge pressure for Genji players. So KT players they were so feeling comfortable approaching for that dragon. Then let's check out the first player of the game today. Kura on Twisted Fate.
시간을 벌어줬어요 KT에게.
He earned so many time for KT players. To be honest, all three laners were having a really hard time, but Kuro managed to hold on for such a long time and helped out all the other laners. And Kuro was so proactive and vocal all throughout the game, setting up all the plays on Twisted Fate. And Pon thinks that Wukong was a little bit invisible in this game.
역시 50이 확실히 이런 한타적인 측면에서 말파이트와 비슷하게 에어본.
At the same time, Wukong has a lot of ability to contribute to laning phase, so it is really important to kind of shut him down before he gets to Fed. So let's check out game number 2, KT versus Genji.
Thank you very much, Ji-sun, for the translation of the analyst desk. I just want to remind everyone that Aiming would have received the player of the game had I still had my player of the game vote. So basically, give it back. I was nice before, happy to give that one away, but if it's going to be treated like that, and Aiming's going to be completely robbed. Kuro had a good game, not going to lie, but Aiming's Ezreal was 100% that team comp, and he played exceptionally well. So.
Yeah.
Molding aside, we would have had justice. That's all I'm going to say. Let's get into the ban and pick and try and shake that one off as we get into game number 2. See whether KT can have a clean 2-0 and whether Genji are going to find themselves and answer back, as I'm going to steal your pen and use it to write down these picks.
Okay.
We're sharing pens here today.
Yeah, anyways, KT broke down the record that already they mentioned in analyst as that the Ezreal Aphelios in LCK. They always high-rated Aphelios, but yeah, this time around they just banned it themselves, and they really think Ezreal is just so much better than Aphelios, I guess.
I guess so. The Bard is going to be banned away. Tusen's Bard, absolutely fantastic. I think one of the reasons why Kellen actually picked it was so that Tusen couldn't play it.
I mean, last time around they just picked away Bard, but it didn't fit on their team composition, right?
Yeah.
Bard and Aphelios? Nah. Why do you play that, man? And this time around, they just picked Karma. And yeah, Karma is just still popping off on the mid lane. And still, it's really great support for the hard, how do I explain? Like late game, team fight, AD
hyper carries.
Yeah, hyper carries. They are, Karma is still helping them so much more than any other champions on the mid lane. So this is a great choice, but Kuro should be really happy with this trade, I guess.
I mean, you can just play Twisted Fate Trundle right now. And KT are very happy.
Yeah.
That's probably what they're going to lock in, unless they prioritize the Ashe, but I have a feeling that they're not going to do that.
No.
Aiming and Ruler, of course, both of them are the Ashe players from their first match. but this was probably the most obvious R1, R2. And you can't really fault Gen G for locking in the Karma. She is very, very strong at the moment. Callista is still up. So they could actually do the Karma Callista Taric, which is disgusting.
Yeah, kind of unkillable.
Yeah. This is the old favorite anti-troll pickup, and also synergizes very well with the Karma. Kindred to be locked in by Cleared. And BDD will consider taking away the Ashe. We got a lot of bows already here.
Yeah, nowadays there is so many AD carry bans, and after those 3 champions, Aphelios, Azir, Varus, a lot of teams have a different kind of pick prioritize. For example, T1, they really love to pick just Zyra Khan, and I interviewed them last night, and they said, oh yeah, after those 3 champions, I think Zyra Khan is pretty good. And yeah, KT thinks that Senna is good into Ashe this time around.
I actually like the Senna pickup, because if they had have picked a hyper carry, then the Lulu would have been banned, and other supports that are going to go well are a little bit few and far between when it comes to utility supports. Like Tucson is a Nami player, but theoretically that could have been banned away too. So not wanting to go for that one. Remember, the Karma is still a flex pick, so Ruler and Kellen could be playing Ashe Karma on the bottom side. Awful lane. That is a lane that is just so hard to deal with, just slowed forever.
Yeah.
And that's why a safe lane like a Senna lane is what's going to come in here. Remember, they can play all sorts of weird and wonderful things. We saw the, what was it? I think it was Team Dynamics that came out with the Yasuo Senna on the bottom side. But of course, Tucson is our most famous Volibear in that lane. I believe Volibear not able to be played, or is not yet in his new state.
Yeah, I mean, it's patch 10.11.
And pretty in 10.11, wasn't it halfway through the Volibear
it was like
remake
kind of buff, but the patch is 10.12 that Volibear is actually
right.
off
That's
right
when he's
now.
allowed. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. I was a little bit behind. So theoretically, we could have the last dance of the Volibear. Probably not wanting to play it into the Ashe, I guess, because it's pretty hard to close the distance.
I mean, Genji already have great kite composition, right? So
yeah.
I think, yeah, Wukong Senna would be really great, but Genji already knew it, so they banned it. I personally really wanted to see Wukong Senna on the bot lane, because I saw so many times on the any other regions, like in LPL, LEC.
Yep.
But this time around,
we've got the Scion carry on the bottom side of the map. I like it, the choo-choo train. And think about that, that's like a semi-global, because you get to take the fast transportation to wherever you want to go, and then you can be met there with a Twisted Fate. So I like the synergy on top of it, not to mention Dawning Shadow flying over the top.
I mean, I was worrying over the damage, you know, on KT side, because they have great CC tools like Trundle, Senna, and TF, but where is the hyper carry?
Yeah.
The answer is the Scion.
Well, Rascal is going to lock away the Camille, and now Smeb has to deal with that on the top side. Blind pick Camille, though, because, of course, unless Genji were assuming Smeb was going to play it, looks like we're going to go back in time.
Oh, man.
This was a matchup. I'm trying to remember whether it was Crazy. It might have been Crazy versus Smeb, actually.
Yeah.
Where Crazy got absolutely destroyed in the Jax versus Camille matchup. But Smeb's going to go back to an old favorite. The Jace is to be locked in on the top side. And can split push, can certainly contribute to a team fight, can add some poke, and can certainly get in there when the hard engage is going to happen. I like KT's composition thus far.
But for me, for Genji side is way more balanced.
Yeah, very balanced.
And also the difficulty-wise is so easy because they synergize each other so well. Like Karma can help Kindred and Camille and Ashe's Kite. And also those Galio-Camille combo into Senna or TF, which is immobile champions, you know?
Yeah.
It's really impactful. But yeah, my question is, can Smeb actually punish the Camille blind pick? Because last time around, T1 blind pick also the Camille on the top side, and it worked out really well. I mean, it was mainly Faker plays TF really good, but anyways, you know,
It was Dudu defecting a little bit in that game.
Yeah.
That was the Mordekaiser game. Not exactly a great one.
But anyways, Camille blind pick on the blue side. With that kind of composition, you have Ash and Karma and Galio to help you in the team fight. So it's really great team fight composition around. But also on the KT side, they have some kind of comfort champions, and also Smap got his Jace.
He did. And,
Time to punish again on the top side after those solo kills at game 1, you know?
We'll see whether he's got the fire in his belly as we get ready to hop into game number 2. Definitely 2 very different drafts out of these teams. We'll see whether Gen G's very comfortable team fight comp is going to be what gets them over the line. Not to mention a great jungle matchup in the Kindred versus the Trundle. We have to talk about the Lamb's Respite and Heroic Entrance combo as well, because being able to put that down and guaranteeing yourself a heal and everybody that's on the enemy team gets knocked up at the same time, that is definitely bad news. As KT, we've got a Lumberjack making his way into the forest, try and get himself some timber.
Yeah, I mean, it's Senna with Glacial Augment and TF at level 1. You must run out. Just run really fast, you know, when you see them.
Well, they're standing on a ward, as the Winds of War will let them know exactly that fact. Rascal is surrounded, but KT going for a very interesting invade strat on this blue buff, as Rascal may, in fact, face check. As Kuro's even coming over. There we go. Rascal's going to get engaged on Kuro. Pick a card, does get the gold. As the Dance of Arrows does come out and gets a bit of damage there. So, unfortunately, KT not going to be able to win this trade. Aiming's here. As, I don't know what's happened. Scion's in the bottom lane. He's just going to be down there by himself against an Ashe, which feels like just an awful situation. And KT will be able to steal away the blue buff.
Yeah, KT is using their team composition already. They have really strong level 1, so that's
We'll
just
knew exactly
typical
what was
Scion.
happening. Yep.
Yeah, typical Scion.
Aiming, where are you going, dude? Well, he's going to be stuck at level 1 for a little while. Kellen going to do the same thing. Just spots out the center. This is going to be squishy center, not with the Grasp of the Undying and the Iceborne, sorry, the Frozen Mallet. As Tucson does spot Ruler. Soul Furnace does keep him alive for a little bit longer, but that's an owie.
Yeah.
As Smeb would have really liked to have hit that one. As Rascal's got the better of him so far. Smeb's even eaten through most of his mana bar.
He already failed the trade pretty hard, by the way.
Yeah.
And I think KT really need to like Smab to just pop off in from the laning phase, because for sure Aiming and Tushin is gonna have hard time on the bot side against Ashe and Karma, right? So he shouldn't fail on in the laning phase, because then the whole game plan is gonna fall out. They have no lane of the Priya, so Smap really needs to just focus on the laning phase and try to just keep up the pressure and Priya.
You can see Rascal pretty comfortable on this Camille.
Yeah.
Currently 10 and 4. And Clid not going to be able to claim his first mark. That was a northern one, rolled pretty poorly, unfortunately. As Aiming does make it back down to this bottom side. Piercing Darkness should be able to help Tucson out. And this is all about stability on the bottom side, but right now there is not very much of that. 18 CS to 4. But at least Decimating Smash should help Tucson pick up a few of the farm. So Clid's going to move on over. Wolf pops his head in. Not going to be able to steal away one of his comrades. And the Raptor camp going to be started up here by Bono. So everything's pretty chill. 100 gold in the lead is Gen G. Nothing to write home about whatsoever. As we got... they're just jumping up and down here as Rascal utilizes his shield very effectively. You can see the CS, not too much of a worry for either top laner at this point in time. Clid does spot his mark, actually. And Bono's just going to let him have it for free. Okay, Tucson going to get snared, and there's the volley. Tucson should just be dead here. One more auto attack, and there we go. Snared up, zombie Tucson. Not going to be able to do anything. He's got teleport, so it's not going to be the end of the world as he picks up at least one of the CS. Yeah. Again, Smeb losing trades, as this looks like Gen G have the game well and truly under control in the early stages.
KT is already struggling. I mean, for KT side, top side and mid lane and bot lane, all 3 lanes are getting pushed in. So for Bono, it's pretty rough. He already have losing matchup in the jungle side, so.
Yeah, now actually just trying to walk up to Clid, who's happy to dance after him. Oh, that pillar was fantastic. But I don't know whether he just wanted to be taking free damage like that anyway. See whether Smeb's going to be able to utilize this extra pressure.
Yeah, I mean, you know the feeling when you are a jungler and your lanes are just losing everywhere, you know? Like
Yeah.
You cannot do anything, and especially when you have losing jungle matchup too. So it's already a rough timing for KT. And in the other hand, Gen G is already doing great with the laning phase champions, you know?
Oh, straight up. And they also have a composition that scales very well, so we're going to have a look at this once again. Kellen locks down Tucson, and it's about as easy as you like. As you can see, I believe that was Airy that did the last hit. Now Smeb, he's got himself some extra regen, went back, got himself an extra Doran's Blade. And after the first back, feeling okay. That hook shot, pretty good out of Rascal though.
But I mean, I still feel really bad on this matchup, by the way. Smeb counterpicked Jace into Camille, and he's still getting pushed in. And I don't think Jace really wants to just farm on the turret against melee matchup. And it's been like 6 minutes already that he is getting pushed in.
Well, correct. Looking for that gold card. BDD makes it into Fog of War. Into that brush. And now it's in fact the flash in from Rascal. There's the heroic entrance, and this is a combo that you really can't deal with. In goes the Destiny though. BDD just took a turret shot. Gold card comes down. Wild cards do about nothing though. And Kuro doesn't have a lot of mana, so this is just a defensive ultimate towards the top side. Double flashes out from our top laners as Smeb might just die here, 1 versus 2. As Bono's going to come in, so Rascal a little bit aggressive, but Kuro just has no damage right now as BDD not going to find the taunt that he really wanted. Rascal looking for more. Meanwhile, Ruler just kiting here towards the bottom side. Decimating Smash is decent, as in the meantime, Clid is just taking down this Infernal Drake, and aiming gets snared. Oh my god, pops like a balloon. This bottom lane, we spoke about it, it is so volatile. And once they start autoing you, they're probably going to do it for a really long time, unless you're under your turret.
I mean, this is the reason why Smeb really needs to work really hard, because their bot lane is having so hard time under the bot lane. And because of the matchup, that counter pick should work out, but it looks like
that's just an arrow into the face, and Ruler will just kill Tucson. Tucson should be able to get rid of these minions, but yeah, Frost Shot just going to kite him out. And this is a disaster and a half.
Keep getting solo killed in pro scene in LCK, even though you have hard matchup, is not acceptable, by the way.
Yeah, no, not at all. I mean, that was 2v2 killed, and both of them died. That's, haven't seen that for a while. Yeah, straight up disaster.
Straight up disaster, and also top matchup is not working out that well for the KT side.
And Kuro needs to try and defend his 100% win rate. It's not working so far. They're on track to being perfect game at this particular point in time as KT going to take down the first Rift Herald of the game. Clid getting taken down extraordinarily low and will just die. All right, Tucson going to grab that first kill. So as I mentioned, perfect game. KT say no, 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 no. And they'll be able to grab that kill and grab Shelly at the same time. So possibly a bounce back. Remember, center is all about the scaling.
Yep.
You know? I don't know whether you're going to be able to scale yourself out of the hole that they're in right now, but we'll see what they can do. As Bono and aiming, looking to try and punish Rascal here, as I think Shelly's just going to be put down to try and give Smeb some more money. They will do their best to get rid of the first couple of turret plates. In the meantime, is Shelly point blank. And that is going to be a lot of extra gold here for the Jace. And of course, shared amongst the rest of the team as well. As it looks like they're just going for first turret blood. As Tucson trying his best to keep himself alive. Lamb's Respite is now available from Clid. Decimating Smash charged and will help clear out this wave. One of the good things about Zion here is Ruler's not going to be able to take down the turret, but Tucson is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
And that's a mark that Klid's just gathering here in the meantime, by the way.
Yeah, this time around he's on losing AD carry position. Like when he was support, he was just going around all around the map, but yeah.
Yep, ulti's going to come out, Decimating Smash comes in, but I think Tucson is still dead. Kellen tanks up the turret for a little while as Tucson knows that he's not going to be able to catch up to the Karma. Might help save this turret as the Zombie Scion does eventually fall. So 1 and 3 now is Tucson. A lot of kill contribution, whether it be on the enemy side or on his own teams.
They keep getting solo killed, and as I mentioned it's not acceptable, even though you have hard matchup, and especially when you are on red side, because you saw all the champions that they picked.
Yeah.
And also, technically, you picked up this matchup to play it. So, yeah, for KT bot lane after that, that performance in game 1, this is kind of disappointing performance at game 2.
Yeah, it really is. Ruler is playing very, very well alongside Kellen there with this combo. We're going to spot. Oh, Klid actually didn't have an opportunity to use his ult.
Yeah. I mean, it was Klid again that who got cut.
Yeah.
Genji's ahead, but yeah, I don't want to mention that again more, because I feel like the more I talk about Klid and Ruler getting cut, they're actually getting cut so many times, again and again.
I think that might have just been a straight up misplay from Rascal just there. Unfortunately, couldn't get the hookshot onto Smeb. Klid's in the area, but as is Bono. And Kuro has Destiny available as well. Level 9 for our mid laners. Tucson playing in some alcoves, but if Ruler finds him, could be just a dead Scion again. Yeah. Thankfully, keeps himself alive.
I mean, the thing is, KT still have active TF on the map, so they still have some chance of using TF ulti to have great rotation on the top side especially.
But yeah, now you can see Tucson's going to die again. This is... You remember the Zombie Scion strategy?
Oh yeah.
Where you just int the entire game and you'd still win because you're Scion? Don't know whether that works anymore.
It reminds me Suicide Singed.
Yeah. The same thing. No, it might have actually just been... No, yeah, Suicide Singed was a thing, but there was also Suicide Scion.
Yeah.
That did a similar thing as well, I think. I might just be thinking of the Singed. But you used to kill yourself on jungle camps early as Scion. He was all about the dying. This time around, you're probably not wanting to play that one. The inting Scion strat was a thing.
Yeah.
And now he's going to teleport back into lane. The rest of KT are in the area, though. They're looking to take down this Cloud Drake, which is live. And Tucson's right in amongst everything. But thankfully does have his choo-choo train. He's going to be absolutely fine. Kuro, Destiny's forward, is going to be able to find Rascal here. Throws down the ulti. BDD doesn't find too many knockups, but the Trundle has already fallen. And Tucson tethered up immediately as he comes in. It's going to be a decent triple knockup there from the Scion, but he is so weak. Aiming comes on over. And the Scion is going to survive for the moment. Massive damage, actually, but Tucson has to flash. Oh, is it going to be enough damage? The answer is no. And the volley's not going to find them either. But they lose their jungler and they lose the Drake. And Genji, it's looking like Earth, Wind, and Fire here as the Mountain Drake is going to be the next one.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I was talking about. The team composition that actually can help Camille. And Jace is going to fall down after this dive, or?
Maybe. Does try and deal with this minion wave as Kuro's going to teleport in. Looking to try and attack Rascal here as yet. Klid's just dead unless he uses his ultimate. Nope, he actually moves out of turret range, uses the ulti there as Smeb is going to fall down. Ruler steps into the Lamb's Respite as Rascal should at least fall down. Aiming's going to be able to grab that one. Now Bono looking to try 1v3. But remember, he's pretty kiteable as this Trundle. So Ruler just throws out a volley and they know that they cannot get there. That dive was much cleaner than I was expecting.
Kellen is having so clean game this game around, by the way.
100% kill contribution.
Yeah.
My God.
With Ruler. But anyways, this is the reason why this team composition is so balanced, you know? Even though like Rascal kind of missed position and maybe it was a chance to get one shot, but BDD insta looks on Rascal, and also that was great shield by Kellen too. So everyone is helping each other, you know? That's why this team competition is so scary.
Yeah, it's really, really cool. And unfortunately, Daunting Shadow not available or anything like that to try and go more aggressive. As Genji, the 4-man versus 2 dive towards the bottom side. I'm actually super surprised that I thought Klid actually had turret aggro, but he didn't. As Kellen, he tanks up the turret. Lamb's Respite is used at exactly the right time, and Ruler's able to utilize that as well in order to get out.
Yep.
And KT, they just can't chase. As we get back into live, and we are river ramming around Shirley. This control ward will be taken down. KT grouped as 5. Decimating Smash being channeled. Genji looking to come on over. There's the taunt, lands onto Tucson. He's going to go down to about half health as Smeb's just taken down by himself in the pit. Rascal dives on forward. Good gold card, but that's used purely defensively as the Zombie Scion is just being toyed with at the minute. And Genji getting super far ahead. It is 9-2 in the kill score. And KT are floundering.
Yeah, I mean, if they were behind, that team fight positioning was not that great, but they had enough confidence to have just force it so super hard through that.
Well, there's the ulti out of aiming. Gonna need another couple of autos though, as there's the teleport aiming completely out of mana. The hawk shot hits someone. Doesn't do any damage though.
This time around, Kellen saved the moment.
Yeah.
He saved the day actually.
Kellen's playing super well.
Yeah, he almost threw the game again. Like almost did. Happening.
He's throwing it the right way.
It's fine though. He didn't die, so.
Smeb might. Klid is in position. That's a great powered shock blast. That was very cathartic. As, actually, Smeb's had some of the best farming moments when it comes to like feeling good. He had that, there was a famous one, massive wave in the bottom lane, and he lightning rushed through it and W'd all of the minions to death because he was so fed. That was super great. So we're gonna have a look at this one once again. BDD gets all the way in there with his Galio, and Rule's just free hitting. He's having the best time ever. Eventually has to deal with the Zombie Scion, but that's not actually doing anything. And he really does just want to go all the way in.
And yeah, for now, Jace is completely useless. Yeah, I don't think Smeb pulled off with the last pick, counter pick Jace, because he couldn't manage to have some winning lane or Priya in the lane. But also, I don't think he's gonna pop off in the late game because his item build is all about kind of early game. And if he really wanted to just go for the late game and farm on the turret, then maybe he should just build Manamune or something, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
But for now, he's just like getting one shot by Klid and not gonna be able to deal any damage in a team fight. So KT has no damage in general. That's the problem.
It's looking really dicey. They do have pick potential, right? But you're right. I just don't think that they're able to actually finish anyone off. Rite of Ages is starting to stack here for Kuro, and he's looking to collect his Lichbane as soon as possible, but currently he's being routed in the jungle. Destiny is what he's considering right now, is Shirley. Will she get a charge off? The answer is yes, and she completes the turret as in goes the ulti from Tucson. They do manage to take down Ruler, actually, as Tucson, standing in the Lamb's Respite, he's going to keep himself alive. Maybe a bit of a mistime there from Klid. He's done that before, actually, as Gold Card will follow the Kindred. Wildcard's fair bit of damage there, and now KT feeling like it could be their opportunity. Justice Punch from BDD doesn't get him close enough, and Genji now underneath that turret, but it looks like this Mountain Drake is what's on KT's mind.
That was great focus on the Ruler, because he didn't have any summon spells, and Kuro is actually playing so great in teamfights. Like, he's keep stunning all the targets, and feels like he's managing all the teamfights, you know?
Yeah, I feel like Kuro's getting... he got the player of the game in Game 1 because of him saving the game in Game 2.
Yeah?
Maybe that's what it is.
Maybe that's true. But anyways, it's really good to see how they use their team composition as a team, you know?
Yeah. And Tucson does have his Frozen Heart completed. Will help him against Klid and Ruler, definitely. We do very much like their attack speed. Sheen done from Kuro here, who's building towards some of his cooldown reduction. And we'll have that Lich Bane done relatively soon. With the center, yes, you are definitely going to have to run away from Rascal, especially with that item build. Umbral Glaive not quite done yet from aiming, hasn't even started building it yet. As Bono, one level behind Clid, but in this matchup, you'd expect that.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter. Like at this point, you are just one level behind. It really doesn't matter in this meta. Junglers are just tools.
Yep.
The late game and mid late game.
Trundle not going to be as good of a tool as he was in game number 1 because, of course, you know, Rascal and BDD probably the tankiest members of the team, but not going to be focusing on building resistances or anything like that. But to be able to get rid of them in a fight is definitely going to be good, so softening up those stats is going to be a great idea. Plus, Subjugate plus Lethality works very, very well. You know, you get rid of those armor statistics, and you're going to have a much better time. So Smeb and Aiming, both of them being Lethality carries, looking to try and capitalize on that one. So Bono moving towards the top side here. Tucson is already up there. And the choo-choo train has left the station. My god, that damage! Just insane. As the Dawning Shadow flies forward, the taunt's brilliant onto Kuro, though, who dies before he can get anything done. The Trundle inside that one immediately flashes out as Clid's going to follow him. That's going to secure that kill, as now Tucson should be going down. Yep, Ruler's just going to cut this one out also easily. And remember, KT started this. Just didn't quite work out in the end.
The difference between last teamfight and this teamfight is...
night and day, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Kellen didn't get one shot, and that was great ultimate usage by Clid as well. And this is what Genji was looking for. And for sure they can end up Nashor because they have no jungler KT side.
Yeah. I mean, Smeb might be able to get some kills here as the teleport's going to come forward from Kuro. They are looking to try and get something done, but the Baron is going to fall down, and Genji should be able to disengage, especially with Ruler there with those volleys. Gold card comes in, and Kuro is unfortunately going to miss that in Fog of War, of course, so more difficult to know exactly the trajectory. Well, let's have a look at this one again. Tucson trying to force when they probably didn't want to.
And yeah, Tucson couldn't land the Q on the Kalen. And I mean, maybe it couldn't help that much more, but anyways, at the end, they couldn't one-shot the target they were looking for. And after that, all the champions that Genji had was just synergizing each other's really well. So
yeah, now Ruler does almost have his death dance as his third item. A casual 5-1 and 6 scoreline, 1 kill away from full participation, as is Kellen, who's 308. Moving towards a pretty comfortable pog. He's got double cups. Look at those cups. Going Mikhail's second. That's cool. Man's he's thirsty for more kills and assists, I guess.
And yeah, it's only TF is actually kind of annoying right now at this point, but yeah, Kuro is just keep trying to find out the target, and this time around it's Ruler.
Yeah, instant cleanse there from Ruler as the train a little bit late. Yeah, delays. Come on, guys. You know, public transport systems are difficult, and Tucson no stranger to that one either. As Rascal's just going to split push forever. Top inner turret taken for free. Now the inhibitor is where he's going to be focusing. Level advantages are just gigantic. Skuro is going to head towards level 13 and at least manages to get ahead of Clid, which is something that you don't really want to be talking about, really. You're talking about an even game. As KT will be able to move up here and at least defend their inhibitor. But Ruler, the inner turret is going to be taken down. Good stun there onto Tucson. That may just be him dead, because as you can see, the kite is pretty strong. Kuro comes from the side, that's going to defend. But man, I think Kuro's heading towards his first Twisted Fate loss.
Yeah, and they're just so far ahead, so it doesn't matter if they're doing 1-3-1 or
it's an
any other
8,000
rotation.
gold lead.
Yeah, because KT lost all the engaged tools and trying to cut Rascal here.
Yep, Dawning Shadow keeps Smeb alive as Rascal down very, very low. Tucson comes on in. Physical damage, so that shield's actually not going to affect as the Empowered Shock Blast does decent work there onto BDD. Gold card comes out, and there goes the Gargoyle. Maybe biting off a little bit more than good old Gen G could chew. And now KT will know exactly where Clid is. It might be their opportunity to move down and stop this Mountain Drake, but I don't know. Teleport comes in, and yeah, that's exactly what they're going to do. I love this capitalization. Heroic entrance on cooldown. Teleport is up for BDD, but he's still dead for another 25 seconds.
Yeah, KT definitely picked up the great kill on the top side. Yeah, I mean, they were doing 1-3-1, but this is the reason why you don't do 1-3-1 in this meta.
Does Clid have 9 marks?
Yep.
9 marks? The heck? I guess that's what happens when there's heaps of kills in the game, but that's too many marks.
But anyways, this time around, the KT was getting kills, and they picked up the Drake as well, so they can actually... They earned so many times, so... And as you mentioned it, Senna is all about the late game stacks also.
Yeah.
So...
And how many stacks does Aiming have? He might have less stacks than Clid has marks, to be honest. As Aiming not going to be able to get the red buff. He doesn't even have his Umbral Glaive yet. As we're having a look at the total damage dealt, Ruler has done a lot. As it's all about Kuro and Aiming trying to get some work done. To Aiming's credit, he's done more than I was expecting him to, actually, on the Senna. But it's still 7,500 gold. The lead. Damage received. It's a big number, Bono.
They're sucking so much damage, yeah.
Yeah. Whether that's it's not a good thing.
I mean, it's a good thing if you're winning. But
true. If you're a tank.
Yeah.
As the heals and shields, pretty good out of Kellen. He's had a really good game so far. But shout out to Aiming as well. Stats looking pretty good as Bono looking to try and pill a Clid in here. There's that mark on his head. He's going to help out with this wave clear quite nicely. There's the pillar. I'm not sure what that was doing. It's not going to achieve too much as the split push continues and KT are just being spread way too thin. Have way less money and way less hope in this game. Baron's going to be up in 45 seconds. Mountain Drake going to be up in 3.5. Somehow KT managed to get the last 2 mountains. So not going to be worried about souls or anything like that. As Clid bouncing over the wall, trying to take down Aiming, but the snare is good. And Clid's going to have to use his ultimate here. Kuro just standing on the decimating smash as Clid does get himself over the wall. Dawning Shadow not enough. And Ruler in the meantime is going to take down this inhibitor turret as the kerfuffle was being caused. Smeb trying to jump onto Rascal, who's just going to dive back in, gets himself the... yeah, the ulti, and that's a very, very dead Smeb. And he's going to get punished, so the Camille does fall down. Can't Hextech ultimatum everyone, but trade of top laners, and also a hell of a lot of inhibitors being removed from the map. 100% worth if you're a Gen G fan.
Yeah, and if Gen G gets Nasher, then you can officially say it's game over, you know. They already lost 2 inhibitors, and also there's no inhibitor towers.
I mean, you might be able to call it over now.
Even before?
Yeah.
Maybe there can be some one miracle team fight from KT side before they get Nasher, you know?
Maybe. Maybe they fight and they kill them in the Baron Pit.
Yeah, I mean, that's the play that they should look for, because if they give up Nasher, then the game is just over.
You know, I haven't actually seen Kindred marks on Dragon or Baron in competitive play, as far as I remember.
Yeah.
Because I just don't think Kindreds get enough marks. In solo queue, you see it all the time, right? Because there's like 400 kills in the first like 20 minutes of the game. But this is like the highest amount of marks I've seen a Kindred have. Because Clid, you know, is 3-1-5, been getting across the map, and it looks like he's just been good at marking his targets. Plus, they've had access to the entire enemy jungle almost this entire time.
Yeah. Because he had 3 lanes pushing prior, so that was way easier to play Kindred in this meta. And also, he was playing into Trundle, so everything, like every setup was just made for Clid. And yeah, finally he's popping off. It's really good to see. And all he needs to do is just close out the game.
Yep.
With these two inhibs.
And Rascal very close to grabbing that flashback off cooldown. His teleport is up. Bono's going to get snared. As Kellen is also going to have a little bit of trouble here as Ruler finds himself the ulti, but Aiming immediately cleanses. Gets himself out of the way. Respawn of the inhibitor in the mid lane is great news here for KT. But also, feels pretty good for Rascal. He sees that as 50 gold. He's going to be able to walk over and collect. Looks like Rula has an idea that he's going to take it away himself. As Gen G, they move on in. They want to create as much pressure as possible. As there's the train. Rula's going to flash, actually, as the pillar is pretty good. Decimating Smash lands, but Heroic Entrance is going to be there. Kuro flashes out of the way of BDD, but Rascal's right there to pick up the pieces. Gold card lands as they're trying to turn this. And it looks like Rascal will be falling down. Yes, he does go. As Dawning Shadow comes in as well. Tucson bought a lot of time as BDD goes golden at right the last second. And then they get onto the Lamb's Respite. Clid goes over the wall. Kellen going to try and keep himself alive. The range not quite there as Smeb dives over the wall and takes down Clid. And now Rule is trying to cut it out, but he can't do it. And KT somehow win exactly that miracle team fight that you were talking about, did.
Yeah, before the Nasher, they did have really great engage. Maybe I thought it was really a desperate play by Tushin because he couldn't land the ultimate on the Ashe, on the Ruler. But he flashed in and tried to just keep fighting there, and finally they made up. And it was kind of separate fight, right? And
yeah.
That's why Genji couldn't synergize each other really well, because their champions are all about 5 men together. But this time around, they couldn't. So.
Tucson even ran into Bono's pillar. That was not a great start to this fight. This was just KT calling out the right targets, I think.
It's again Kuro's TF, you know?
Yeah.
He's controlling the team fight all the time. And yeah, I mean, that was really disgusting shield and heal by Kellen and Cleed, but he's supporting Galio. They are actually pilling Galio, but all they need to do is just peel Ashe or Camille. That's better. It sounds better, no?
Yeah. There's a great cleanse out of Ruler there as well, but you saw the stopwatch is going to be enough to deny it. And Kuro pretty close to collecting that as Smeb. Oh my god, the second hit of that is just disgusting damage out of Rascal. And not a lot that Smeb could really do there. So caught out of position, pushed way too far up actually. It's now Tucson is getting angry. So Aiming's not going to find any of the snares stations. This way. Thumbs up, thumbs down. But now with Smeb dead, this should be Gen G able to get rid of at least all of the inhibitors. I don't know whether they can siege the turrets, but they may just try. As KT do at least not have to deal with Baron at the moment. It's still available. It's marks for Clid as well, actually. Bono puts down a pillar. And what are they going to do? KT, this is the definition of being on the ropes. They're down 7,000 gold against a composition that scales better than theirs in most regards.
Yeah, all the inhibs are down, and again, it's Nasher, the one is left. And I don't think they can even look for the fight at this point. The top inhibitor is back, but they can really one-shot the Nasher at this point.
Oh yeah, they should just dive over and kill it. It's way too easy. Aiming, he's going to poke his head in as the Hawkshot discovers exactly that. As Destiny will at least demonstrate, they back away just to time out the Destiny situation. As Aiming, that's a pretty good capture, Jack. We've had a lot of good cleanses here today.
Yeah.
As Kuro over the side. Doesn't have ulti, remember, so Gen G just moved themselves back to the Baron. And it should be all too easy. Taunt now on cooldown as Tucson trying to fight against Rascal. Once again, that E just doing way too much work. BDD off to the side, okay. Aiming starting to do some work as the Baron is going to take down Kindred. Clid's just not having his greatest series, is he?
Yeah. Cleed and Rula, they are just having some struggle moments, but
there is some moments where things get rough, aren't there?
That was great burst by Smab and Aiming over the wall. Even though, I mean, Smab is all about the late game team fight, I guess, you know?
Doesn't matter what he's playing, yeah. Lethality Jace, still all about the team fights.
Yeah.
And now KT are going to do Baron, I guess. It's going down pretty slowly, though, as you can see. 4 members here in the pit. Kellen's going to be there. As we'll see whether KT can actually get out of this one. It's a Hail Mary, if ever I've seen one, as back is being channeled, and you can see Kuro's trying to get out, but that's 2 kills already. And there's no flash here for Kuro, so he's going to go down. Sion killed Camille. Don't know how that happened, but it did. And now the heroic entrance is going to bring BDD over for his deserved quadra kill, potentially, as the snare is going to come in. And there we go. The taunt lands, and BDD gets his Justice Punch. 6,000 damage.
BDD is on fire. BDD is on fire.
Hey, but at least KT got the Baron.
Oh, yeah.
Am I right?
I mean, they tried their best, you know. That was the best choice that they could do.
That's true. That's true.
After, like, 3 inhibs, you know.
Oh, did Aiming only barely not have his flash? I mean, Smeb's, oh, it's so sad. But it's great for Gen G, and it's great for those of you that wanted to see a full series. Gen G bounced back. They had a much better comp. There was some whoopsies in there, but they do manage to come out ahead. And we'll see whether they're going to be able to keep that momentum up as they move into the third and deciding game. Kuro, unfortunately, suffers his first loss in the LCK on the Twisted Fate. But Gen G reigns supreme. Ruler on his Ashe, feeling very comfortable. I think the center for Aiming didn't really work. The Sion was forgettable. The early game, KT made some very weird choices.
Oh, yeah.
And Smeb's Jace is not the same.
Yeah, I mean, so my question is Smeb is going to play game 3, you know?
Yeah.
Is he going to actually
get
subbed out by Sohan? You know, that would be really like huge disaster. But
that would
his
be
performance today was just not that great, you know. For
Apart from in the late game, there was a few moments there for Smeb where he was that an echo of the late game Smeb.
I mean, that is true, but getting solo killed on Wukong and also getting pushed in after you last pick and counter picked at the red side.
Who are you giving the pog to? Do you know?
Oh no.
Have you decided yet?
Not really, but I would give to this player because he deserves it.
I'll keep that a secret, and people can find out later what it's going to be. But I 100% agree with you. I think Rascal did have a good game. I know we're talking a lot about Smeb and how he did in the matchup, but Rascal's Camille is always really good. So that was great to see. But yeah, that was just a very strange game. A very abrupt ending as well, where we come back from a replay. KT are doing a Baron. They managed to secure it, and then all of them die in the pit.
Oh, yeah. And Galio did 6k damage, by the way.
Yeah.
In that team fight.
And that was before, I think it was like BDD's first kills that he got in the entire game. I think it was like sitting there at 0, 1, and 6 or something like that for so long. So definitely an entertaining match. Whether it was good, I'll let you guys decide. But now it's time for a short break. And afterwards, we will head into game number 3 and the deciding one between KT and Gen G. Don't go anywhere.
저희가 젠지한테 한 번도 못 이겨봤거든요. KT 주인공이었던 스멜평이 돌아와가지고 저희가 이길 것 같아.
KT에 유칼 선수랑 스맵 선수가 영입됐다고 해서 사실 엄청 바뀔 것 같진 않아요.
클리 선수랑 비디 선수가 멘탈이 조금 약한 것 같더라고요. 그런 부분을 살살 긁어주면은 좀 이기기 쉽지 않을까.
경호 형 대회 나올진 모르겠지만 화이팅!
세 미드 선수 다 저랑 이제 같이 함께 생활을 했던 미드들인데 당연히 저희 유카이 선수나 프로 선수가 이기지 않을까.
보성이가 그냥 이겨줄 것 같아요.
스프링에서 퍼스트 선수로 선정될 만큼 잘하는 선수고
누구랑 맞붙어도 다 이길 수 있다는 그런 믿음을 갖고 있기 때문에
흐름을 타면 어떻게 될지 모르거든요.
보성이 형이 라인전을 굉장히 세게 하는 편이거든요. 근데 저도 좀 라인전에 대해서는 자신 있는 편이라.
우연아, 우리 미드가 훨씬 잘하니까 우리가 그냥 이길게.
형 그 MSC 때 좀 시원하던데 게임하는 게. 대혁이가 솔직히 보여줄 때가 됐다고 생각을 해요.
요즘에 또 폼이 올라와서 딜을 또 기가 막히게 잘 넣거든요.
저희는 언제든지 받아먹을 준비가 돼가지고 재혁이 형이 던지는 거 잘 주워먹도록 하겠습니다.
하람이는 그 집어 던지고 이런 건 없거든요.
저만 실수 없이 잘할 수만 있다면 이길 수 있다 생각합니다.
젠지전은 좀 명경기를 만들지 않을까.
느낌상으로는 2대0으로 이길 것 같아요. 저희가 연습량으로는 따지면 탑급이어갖고
연습을 소홀히 하면은 저희한테 지게 될 겁니다.
열심히 준비해서 꼭 이기겠습니다. 화이팅!
오늘 경기 승리의 주역은 누구? 바로 저 김아람 에이밍 선수.
KT와 젠지의
We're back after KT Roaster versus Genji game number 2. Genji adjusted their draft and they were focusing on their laning phase. So they were adding even more focus on the laning phase by locking in that Karma, Ashe Karma, is one of the most strongest lane duos currently, so they were able to have so much pressure. And as Galio hit level 6, they instantly rotated to the top side, so even earned time for Clit to keep his scale. To put it short, KT only had the supporting champions, but Genji, they had a lot of main characters. Ashe, Kindred and Camille, they all can be the main leaders or the starring role, but KT, they were only filled up with supporting roles.
저는 이제 오픽에서 주인공 챔피언이 나와야 된다고 생각을 하는데
Mostly we have to lock in the main character in the R5, but since Genji had the Camille Galio comp, it was hard for KT to pull it off. But there were some moments where KT was able to come out, make a clutch play. So, even though they had a very winning laning comp, KT was the one that was picking the Herald and having a lot of priority in the early phase. Because Raska warded in the Herald, they had all the information, but maybe Genji players were not having their guards up for the potential play coming from the KT side. The KT, they had their chance to even out the deficiency coming from their comp. However, because KT only had the supporting roles, they weren't able to reach out to the gap. If you have a carry role, well, there's a bit of a space that kind of enables the team to turn the game around, but that was not the storyline for KT Roaster. I think KT was trying a lot of gamble plays. They were like trying a really risky shots, but Genji also kind of picked up all the baits that KT was throwing towards them, so it was going always back and forth. So Jace was trying to protect the bot lane turrets, but what's the minion wave? KT players had to react to the minions crushing in the mid and top side. The KT players, they were rotating to the bot side to protect their tier 1 turrets, but there are massive minion waves coming in for their top side and mid lane, so it was a huge loss over here because they did get 1 kill on Camille, but that huge minion waves means they're losing huge amount of XP and gold, so after all the calculation, we can tell that Genji definitely won that fight. Let's check out the player of the game number 2, KT versus Genji. Kellen on Karma. With this strong laning phase comp, Genji made a very early solo kill. And Kellen did not die once throughout the game. And that Mantra shield was protecting all the Genji players. The way he utilizes his abilities kind of shows how much proficiency he's got on this champion. And looking at the KT's comp, it was not an easy game for a player to stay intact throughout the game, but Karma never saw the gray screen throughout the game for game number 2. But we had a lot of votes for all the different laners, so I guess it kind of shows that many players were making a lot of mistakes.
Yep, I think that's exactly right, Ji-sun. You nailed it. It was not pretty on either side. Genji came out ahead. Their composition was way better, but you can't say that anything about that game number 2 was clean. I think if anything is to be dubbed a Clown Fiesta, it would be Game 2 KT versus Genji in the Summer Split first round robin.
Yeah, that's true. There is so many cutout and hiccups from Genji. I mean, this is not what we were looking for. Like Genji was always so strong and hard, and never like no other teams couldn't actually look for the clean team fight against Genji because they always avoided and made it out even like without any single fights, you know. But right now they're definitely struggling, but win is win. So let's move up to game 3 right now.
I think the main thing about this screen right here that you can see is the 0-1. Because right now, both of these teams have lost. And we're looking to see whether one of them can win here in this deciding game 3. As Set is going to be banned once again. Kalista to be taken away as KT. We'll see whether they gun for another Ezreal first pick. Likely to be banned away as Karma is going to be taken off the board as well.
And yeah, I felt similar when it comes to KT. I don't want to put Senna on aiming because, I mean, I can see that Tushin is really good on farming, but still KT has way better structure when actually aiming has hyper carries, you know?
Well, this is the most obvious Ezreal or Twisted Fate first pick. And we'll see what KT are going to prioritize. Last time it was the Ezreal.
Yeah, for sure.
And I'd assume that that would be locked in because of the amount of 80 carries that have been taken away.
Yeah.
As there are like 4 top-tier 80 carry picks right now. And that is the Kalista, the Aphelios, and the Varus plus Ezreal. But it is going to be Genji heading towards the Ashe pickup. They're going to let the Twisted Fate go through as Clid takes away the Trundle this time.
And Ashe Trundle is always standout pick.
Yeah.
But yeah, Ezreal feels so much better when aiming already played so well at game 1, and also Wukong and Twisted Fate.
Things are working out, but this time Genji can lock in Malphite and not get punished by a Trundle again. So they're looking for that for the 3rd pick. I'd say that I was a prophet, but I don't think there's ever been a more obvious Malphite pick in the history of League of Legends, and that's going to be locked in. So, are we going to see Wukong support? The dream? Wukong
with
jungle?
Ezreal? I mean, he's not farming, so probably not on the bot lane right now, but...
It just I'm desperate to not see Smeb back in that matchup again without Bono being on the Trundle to try and bail him out. Because already it feels like a Genji draft win.
That is true. That's the main reason why they just picked away Trundle from KT. And right now they try to pinch the jungle pool from the Bono. But actually I'm wondering what he's gonna play for game 3, because he played Trundle decent, but Trundle is kinda really easy champion to play on jungle in this meta. Like, you just play Trundle into any single matchup and you can be just 5-5 and just even on the jungle matchup, right? So we can call that champion is kind of comfort champion for the junglers nowadays, but yeah.
His Olaf is going to come in, dude. That's 100% what it's going to be. It's not going to fit at all with the composition, and he's just going to play Olaf. And we're going to both be very sad. That's what's going to happen. What it should be is Smeb picking a Malphite counter and then Wukong jungle. That's the dream.
That can happen too. And also, Lulu and Yuumi and Karma is all banned, but Tushin's Bard is still alive, and...
That's right. And Brad's going to be locked in. I love this. Tempered Fate plus Twisted Fate. Just fantastic. As there's the Lee Sin. So not an Olaf, but it's not going to be doing Smeb any favors. This is going to be a really rough time.
I mean, the reason why Lee Sin is considered as great pick when it comes to like LPL or those aggressive other regions is because of his skirmishes, you know?
Yeah.
And KT has so many good champions for the random skirmishes, you know? They have so many tools to move around on map, and they are all mobile, so I think they just need to have many like possible as skirmishes, you know, around the mid jungle, and also they have Bard to use the game, just make a game really messy.
Yeah. And they'll be able to split up the team fights as well. Tempered Fate and then Lee Sin kick someone into the remaining members of your team, and then can really pick off someone like Ash. That's why it's good that Kellen's on the thresh here. Make sure that Ash can reposition on a dime. But I'm looking at that Trundle Malphite on the top side of the map, and I just don't know what Smeb's going to be able to do to bail himself out. Last time, I think it had a lot to do with Trundle being able to subjugate the Malphite and make him far less useful. This time around, it will be more difficult. But aiming is back on the Ezreal, and it's Ezreal Bard. This lane is super good. You would, of course, know with it being a savant on the OTP on the Bard. Love it. So at least we'll have some top-tier analysis. But the analysis might just be that Malphite's going to be unkillable. I don't know. How many Mountain Drakes is Aiming going to be able to get this game, I guess is the question. Can he get to the dream 300 armor? I know a lot of people on Reddit were talking about whether there would have been an Ornn in the game, what armor numbers he could get to, because of course Frozen Fist has an extra 60 armor. He'd be over 300 at that point. This time around, probably not going to happen as we get onto the Rift for game number 3. KT back on the blue side. Blue side has won every game so far. So theoretically, if that's what we're looking at, then it should be better for KT. But they did have the Trundle into the Malphite last time. This time around, Gen G have dealt with that problem. And it might just be more difficult, as Bono's also on Lee Sin. And we're going to rely on Bono to get stuff done. Like you were talking about, Trundle pretty mindless, to be honest.
Yeah.
Sort of do whatever you want, as Amy's going to get slowed down. And Ruler even getting a ward into the brush. Cancels that auto, but that's all right. Down to 200 health. Is he going to have another? Oh my god.
Almost.
Actually had to skill Arcane Shift to get himself out of the way there. As
Kellen is coming.
Oh my god. How did Aiming not know that that's exactly what was going to happen?
I mean, that was really clean plan by Genji too.
I guess so.
Kellen skilled Lantern and he just instant W flashed into auto. And that was just clean kill by Ruler.
Oh my god. Well, I guess there weren't too many options for Aiming. It's not like he can move away from the turret. But we're going to have a look at this one more time.
I mean, as Ezreal, you really don't want to skill shift at level 1.
No, of course not.
At the last moment, he skilled it. So we thought he might survive. But Kellen was here.
That's super sick. Ruler and Kellen already with a gigantic lead, and because of the shield, Kellen gets an assist. So it's even worse than it could have been.
Yeah.
A whole bunch of extra gold here, as it's not going to cost them too much. Aiming didn't even have to use his teleport to get back to this lane on time. But we were talking about this lane being really good. It's certainly in a very different position this time. Yeah, I've been cursing a lot today, actually.
Yeah.
Not in the bad way, not in the illegal way, but I have certainly cursed KT a couple of times with some things on Twitter and things like that. But I don't know whether KT have been reading my Twitter, so I don't know whether it can actually count, as the hook is going to go wide. Level 2 gained early here by Gen G. As Ruler's just really good at Ashe. He is very good at Ashe.
Yeah. And still, the game plan for KT is not changed at all. They just need to have so many skirmishes as possible as they can. And this is the team composition for the skirmishes, you know? Not like just go for the late game, mid-late game team fight, straight up 5v5. It's not that they want.
The thing that's really rough, though, is that Bono needs to be top lane and bottom lane now. After that first blood, Ruler is so far ahead. And he's just going to be able to keep putting pressure down, because an Ashe who's ahead is actually really good at snowballing an advantage. As Rascal's not having as good a time as he was last time. Smeb takes a turret shot. I take it all back. I need to stop talking. I'm just cursing everyone today. As Rascal's just going to freeze the lane. Bit of a savant here towards the top side. We need to go and call LS. Might be asleep though. He didn't get a lot of rest last night. But as you can see, Bono doing exactly what he needs to do. Camping top lane. But was in vision. As yet, Clid turns up. And Smeb is well and truly, okay, gonna have to flash. Teleport comes in as Kuro has a gold card, but he's not gonna be able to utilize it. And Rascal survives for the moment. Smeb looking to go back. And that is going to be flash down and teleport down in trade for, yeah, nothing.
That was great force by KT. And also we didn't check that, but Clade has Predator. And that's actually old Predator, by the way. It's different compared to the live one. It's still, we are still on 10.11 patch notes in LCK right now.
Yep, so don't have the lower cooldown. Oh. Tucson is going to land a Cosmic Binding. That's good news. But Aiming now going to have to teleport back after getting a tier. Oh man, it's not going to get better from here.
Yeah.
First back for an Ezreal, one of the worst feelings if it has to be a tier. You much prefer to go back and collect a Sheen and actually have some stats that you can utilize. Smeb having a better time up here, so...
Not getting solo killed yet?
Yeah, hasn't been solo killed yet. It was level 6, so look for that.
Maybe our expectations for a Smeb is kind of getting lower and lower and lower. The more we see his games, but anyways, Genji's game structure is always has been like that. They have really great mid-late game team fight, but when they're losing, they had really rough early games, right? But today, Rascal is playing really good on top side, and also this time around, Ruler already got the first blood on the bot lane, and also landing phase is, his landing phase is doing really great with Kellen.
Super good.
Especially he subbed in today, by the way. It was live before, but today, no live. Yes, Kellen. They already found first play to the bot lane.
Yeah, well, Bono's going to come over. What was that Q? No idea what that was trying to do as the Tempest Cripple comes down. Kellen gets slowed, but the Flash is going to get him to safety. Flash and Cleanse down. Bottom side in trade for just one Summon the Spell on KT's side. You might call that a successful gank, but Bono's going to need to come back and get even more. Pings out onto exactly where Clid and BDD are. But Genji, they're looking to try and do a bit of, okay, Cosmic Binding not going to land. There's the playback. Kellen does all that he can to try and survive, but there's even a Twisted Fate in this lane, and 4 versus 2 isn't going to do it. I was about to commend them for attempting to freeze, but bit off a little bit more than they could chew.
Yeah, I mean, this is Bard, so you cannot expect.
Well, I've seen this movie before, guys. This time Smeb's level 6, though, so he's going to survive. And it does have teleport available as well, so it should be all right. One turret plate does go down, and Ruler does walk back into this lane. But as you can see, Aiming has actually caught back up as far as farm. He's going to be behind about 6 or 7, but it was looking worse in the earlier stages. Lee Sin's on his red buff, and I don't know whether they are fully aware of what Clid's doing. Going to back away, so did get confirmation of that one. Kuro comes up. Going to try and take down this Rift Scuttler on the top side. As we're going to check out Tucson. Just going to go through this wall.
Casually screaming Thresh's no flash for like 5 times.
Well, they knew that Thresh didn't have flash.
Yeah.
There we go.
And yeah, when Tushin has playmaking support, like he just becomes like some other player, you know?
A shot-calling monster.
Yeah.
Well, now they've got the power of Tucson and the power of Kuro back together. Remember, they were teammates on probably the best iteration of a Freaker that we've seen. Looked really, really good. Unfortunately, that year, Kingzone were also very, very strong. So weren't able to grab the limelight.
Yeah. And maybe, I don't... Yeah, I mean, I just want to say that I feel like Tushin is like Hilly-san in KR version. You know? Like when he plays good, like he's a monster. He's a god, you know. So this time around, he's performing really good.
Well, Hook is going to land. This is what happens when you have top prio, guys. Gold card comes in, trying to lock up BDD, but looks like Kuro is going to fall down. Wildcards are good though, and he gets himself out. The kickback onto Bono doesn't have a safeguard, but my God, they can't catch up to him. Clid's desperately trying to get on top of Tucson, as Aiming looking to try and take down the troll. The Q lands just to add insult to injury, and KT completely outplayed Gen.G in the river.
That ping pong between Kuro and Bono, that was just insane. And also, as we mentioned it's Bard and Ezreal. They can always jump into the mid skirmishes, and this is the team composition, and this is way how you use Lee Sin and Bard and Ezreal and TF at the same time. That was insane plays. I mean, it was not that great start, but Kuro knew that he's not gonna get one shot. That gold card target was insane, and also those Bono, like he's gonna just jump back.
Oh, what? Oh no, BDD flashing. That was weird. If he had stayed over the wall, Bono was dead. Kuro might have been dead.
Flash does not deal a damage, so that was kind of weird moment.
Yeah, I have absolutely no idea what that flash was doing. Because it was only Bard. He wasn't gonna die. Okay, we'll need to see a slow-mo of that one. Maybe I'll check it out when I get home. Mountain Drake gonna be coming up second, so KT with only one as their option. It's going to mean we're gonna have either Ocean Soul or Cloud Soul this game. No more 300 armor Ezreal. Sorry, guys. He's building his Manamune first, then into the Iceborne Gauntlet second. Often we see a Sheen thrown in there, but Aiming not able to get the Sheen timing exactly right. So we'll instead go for that one. Klid's going to take this top side Rift Scuttler. And Mountain Drake spawning in 3 seconds. Lee Sin's moving towards the top side of the map. We'll see whether anyone does put priority on it. But and trying to find a place for Shelly.
Yeah. I mean, it's still great to see BDDs having a CS advantage on the mid lane, but Kuro doesn't care. He's gonna move around the map, and he's gonna farm the champions instead of CS, you know?
Yep, that's the idea. And try and at least help Smeb out, you could imagine. As this Mountain Drake has been started. Bard moving back to the bottom side. Manamune is done here for Ezreal, but looks like Gen.G have full control of this Mountain Drake. And we'll have a glimpse of what our soul is going to be for game number 3. Looks like it's going to be Ocean. And so, oh my god, if KT got a quad stack of Ocean Drakes, with this composition, just be disgusting. Ezreal would never lose health because he'd just be skipping around the fights. As Rascal, my god, he does a lot of damage. It's a 3-level advantage for you guys. As yeah, got through the passive shield. That's what Bono can hold his head high up for.
I mean, it's still really great to see Gen.G is cycling the Drake, and they already got the 2 souls.
Yeah.
And also, you can see it from the CS difference. Their AD carry and mid lanes are still fine. It's only jungle and support.
I mean, they're 20 or 30 CS ahead in every single lane.
Yeah.
As Tempered Fate, it can do that. Completely denies Shelly's charge. As Kuro will turn up and poke her eye out. So a few plates are denied there. As it's a Cyclone. As Rascal does still have ulti remaining, remember. So Rascal might actually be able to turn this one. There's the ult. See whether he has the burst damage, and there's the flash and the added range on the crushing blow. Smeb gets the clapback solo kill.
That's a revenge there.
That's beautiful.
And that was clutch as well.
Damn, that was actually, that's part of the change notes that you might miss.
Yeah.
The added range on that Q, but that was exactly what it's used for.
But their mid and AD carry, their mid and both is really struggling because of their matchup, yeah, probably. And Rula and BDD is just working really hard for Gen.G. And I think they already have the structure that they were looking for from the ban picks.
Yeah.
They are just looking for mid-late game team fight.
Well, you can see Gen.G are actually still ahead.
Yeah.
It's 13.5 minutes, and they've taken down so many of the turret plates. That's largely the advantage here as we check this one out one more time. And this was where I was expecting the turn.
Yeah.
Really nice.
탑 좀 싸우는 중. 잡았다.
I just found out that he stops chewing gum during the 1v1, you know?
It's
Like he's
the-
focusing.
Is that like the deft stops breathing thing?
Oh yeah, I mean,
It's always dangerous when he stops breathing.
yeah, I was looking at his face and like he was not chewing gum at all. And after the kills, and I got him, and he started to chew the gum again. That's funny, actually.
Perfect. Well, you can see KT 4-1 as far as the kills are concerned. They do have a few of those. They need to try and start working on getting some objectives. They don't have any of those yet. Not too many turret plates either. So skirmishes definitely working out. For a Lee Sin comp, that's what you want. For a TF comp, that's what you want. But for winning the game, you kind of need to do what BDD's doing right here, which is taking down the first turret of the game, putting up his own. Now KT have one extra turret that they need to take out.
40 CS difference between their mid laners.
I mean,
this is really huge, by the way.
He's 30 CS ahead of the clock.
Yeah.
So it's pretty nutty. Have a look at the gold. Even is Smeb. That's what turret plates, what global gold from turrets is going to do for you. Allowing Rascal to be a little bit further ahead. Also has a CS advantage as well, as you can see. So the Malphite not too worried at all, even though he just got solo killed. As we're looking for the first completed item for the Wukong. Correct. Just going to clear out this wave. Does have Destiny available. We haven't seen it for a little while. We'll see what he's got planned for that very important ability in this game.
Yeah, and also in 30 seconds, it's going to be third Drake for Genji if KT doesn't stop it. And I don't think they're going to allow it.
I think KT needs to fight for it, right? They have a comp that
for
wants to skirmish around things like the Dragon.
Yeah, they want skirmishes, but I don't think they want 5v5, and it's gonna be straight up 5v5 on the Drake pit. So it feels like Bono already decided to just give up the Drake.
That is absolutely insane, actually, as Rascal...
Yeah?
He's going to have to tank up this turret, looking to try and get himself out here as the Cyclone is used in the air. And now Rascal's just going to run his way out. In the meantime, the Dragon should just be taken. The outer turret bot lane also going to be taken down. Kuro is going to be able to get in here as Rascal just wants to kill, wants to give the kill only over to the Bard, but instead, Aiming's going to get an assist as well as Kuro. But the Drake's getting taken down. Smeb might get some damage onto this turret. I think that that is 100% worth for Gen G. As Rascal just runs them around, and they get to Soul Point.
Yeah, 43 stacks, and they want a team fight. And it is gonna force them to team fight when it comes to 4 Drake.
Yeah, exactly. Now they have to, and now it's super predictable. Well, they don't have a massive gold deficit just yet.
Yeah.
In fact, the gold is within 500 at this point, so no meaningful lead whatsoever. Aiming, approaching his first 2 items. That's going to feel real good for the Ezreal.
They're losing kills, but CS difference are just having really great bandage for them.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter if they're losing kills. All they care about is Drake souls and CS and just keep farming, you know? They know the point.
Yeah, and they can just get to a late game and they're a much better front-to-back team-fighting comp. And so they sit around the objectives that they like and take them. Not going to be a whole lot that KT is going to be able to do. As Kellen moves towards the top side, Rule is already parked here. And very textbook, they're going to move to the next outer turret and take that one down. And it looks like Rule is pretty happy to free hit it. Tucson avoids the pillar and the extra damage there from BDD and Clid. So they'll save their outer turret for the moment. Magical Journey comes down. Arrow pierces the heavens. Does it just keep flying around Runeterra? We watched it exit the minimap, but I just want to see where it goes.
Probably.
Don't know. How far has Runeterra been programmed? Riot's going to have to release that MMO, and then we'll know exactly the distance.
That is true.
If they release an MMO, there needs to be like consistent ash arrows just flying through the sky. As Clid is going to start off a bit of a fight. Magical Journey going to get Tucson to safety as in goes Bono, aiming, trying to get some work done here as Bono gets booped back. Ruler tagged by the true shot barrages. Rascal straight up whiffs the ulti and will be punished instantly for it. BDD throws down his, but he's going to have to flash to get himself out of the way, and KT find themselves exactly the skirmish they were looking for and augment it with the... Oh my god, okay. Goodbye Clid. Goodbye out of turret mid lane. Goodbye Genji's mental. And KT should find themselves the next Drake after all the dust has settled in 2 minutes' time.
All the structures that they were just building just fall down. They're just falling down because yet, I mean, Genji kind of started to have skirmishes here. Yeah, they had not great skill combos, but
Bono
at the
straight
end,
up kicked the wrong target with his kick flash. But like, Kuro's fancy feed there. Oh man. Absolutely not what you want to see.
And then after that, Clid also died for no reason, so Genji just randomly falling down after they got 3 Drakes, and all the structures were made for the mid-late game teamfight that they were looking for from the ban picks, you know?
Yeah. It's just crazy. As Aiming now has himself QSS for the next teamfight, 30% CDR. The transformation, Iceborne Gauntlet now done. 2, 1, and 3. The guy is very, very strong, and exactly in the right timing as well, because this is the Ocean Drake that KT really need to fight for.
I mean, this is really sad, you know, for LCK, because Genji is not a team who is looking for just satisfying with the like 2nd place or 3rd place. They are looking for winning LCK, but
well, Bono might be helping them out here as the teleport does come in. He's going to need another safeguard to those. True Shot Barrage flies over Clid. They do lose the Lee Sin, but now Smeb lying in wait. Rascal going to spot him out there. And with 48 seconds, Bono's going to have to really hoof it to get back towards this Drake in time. But I have a feeling he's going to make it. Very lucky for KT.
And also that was really great cut out by Kellen right there.
Yeah, we'll be able to have a look at it right now, actually.
There was a vision, but anyways, that was really great play by Genji, but they just need to stop dying randomly and just make some plays like this, you know, just play as a team. And this will be their Soul Drake. In 10 seconds is Ocean Drake special.
Yep. But I'm looking at Aiming, this gentleman on your screen right here, and he is the danger for Genji. Currently with blue buff as well, so he's completely juiced when it comes to the cooldown reduction. And now Smeb is in a hell of a lot of trouble. Not enough decoy there as there's a massive ulti. Gets a quadra knockup actually as Tempered Fate comes down, but remember this is 4 versus 5 and KT may not want it. Aiming's trying to do what he can, but that ult's gonna land from Rascal. There's now Kuro over the wall. The Lee Sin is dead, no smites available. And KT may just have to give up Ocean Soul and possibly just the game.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. Aiming, QSS, Flash, Arcane Shift, gets himself out of the way. As Ocean Drake's just going to be given up. And
so it's gone.
That's a disaster. I think it might be just game over.
I mean, that was just another silly mistake. I mean, that was really good play by Genji too. But I don't know why Smeb didn't decide to use his flash instantly, because he had flash at that moment, and for sure he could react by their plays, but
also you can flash over the wall into Genji's jungle as well after the Emperor's Divide. That would have been a possibility. But, you know, I appreciate, going for a play instead. It's all right. It just wasn't anywhere near strong enough in order to do so. And now KT gonna have to start building as many Morellonomicons and things like that as they possibly can. I have a feeling that Aiming will be onto the Mortal Reminder as soon as he possibly can. And there's the Executioner's calling right as I say it. But is that going to be enough? And also it's going to delay even further the Death Stance that Aiming wants to be putting together.
it's also a really expensive item though.
Yeah, exactly. So now he's put, you know what, 2,700 gold into just component pieces.
And also Rula is building Death Dance too.
Sorry,
so
2,100. Yeah, so Rula's going to be even stronger. And the Ocean Drake's going to be helping him out even more. Oh my god. It's terrible.
So I'm not sure. I don't think their team composition is made for 5v5 too. And I don't think at this point Wukong can beat Malphite when he has Ocean Drake's soul. So every structure that KT like built from the early game is already fall down and destroyed completely by Genji. So all they need to do is just pray for this miracle team fight.
Rula has to flash. Kellen gets caught by the Tempered Fate. Hook's gonna land onto aiming, but I think Kellen is just dead. Do manage to lock that one down. Kuro got a little bit overexcited there as the Enchanted Crystal Arrow will put him into the grave. And the Sand Soldiers are now looking for even more. Aiming, can he do it again? Remember, this is against the Ocean Soul. And Smeb gets pushed out of the way. A massive knock-up, but not quite enough damage just yet as the Q's going to land. Bono locks down the kill onto the Malphite as he flashes himself out. BDD down extraordinarily low, and Tucson, he can't out-damage the damn Ocean Soul! And the triple kill comes in. That's 100% that Ocean Drake that did it. But Genji, they were the ones that took it. They deserve that one. They only lose 2, and I think they're just going to win the game.
Yeah. That Ocean Drake soul, that's why we were just hyping so many times, and it showed up just right moment at right time.
Let's have a look at this team fight once again. Observe the power of the Ocean Soul, guys. Also, Kuro going a little bit too ham.
Yeah, I mean, that was really great start of the fight, and they were starting really great, and aiming was starting to just warming up his kiting power, and it looked really great until Rascal engaged back with Flash and Ultimate, and here we go. He kept trying to kite here, but BDD, he knew that he need to focus on Azrael, and oh my god, if he didn't have Ocean Drake Soul.
Yeah, look at Tucson, he's like, I'm trying my best. Oh no. Well, that's what happens. Ocean Soul. That's why you're supposed to fight for it a little bit earlier. And BDD did a hell of a lot of damage. His Azir tends to show up, and it certainly has here in game number 3. The gold lead is still only 3,000. The Baron wasn't taken. And actually, okay, base isn't broken. What did Genji do while we were in that replay?
Basically just having vision control and try to not get caught anymore, because I said it already so many times, even though Genji was winning, either it's Cleed or Rula getting caught, right? So
true.
Probably they're just waiting for Rula's summoner spells, because he has no summoners right now. Because at this point, if I'm Genji player, I don't want to risk it at all. If there is any like 1% of chance of losing, then I would just take the 100% of winning, you know?
I guess so. But right now they are very far ahead, and Ocean Soul means that they have a huge crutch to use in order to get them over the line, even if they're not going to win a team fight. But checking out Kuro versus BDD here, as yeah, Ludens and Leandri's completed, and Rula, like you were talking about, looking to get caught out of position. He's well dead.
Oh my god.
And
cast a curse, I guess.
We're both doing it, man. I'm really glad that you're here.
Yeah.
Solidarity, making sure that I'm not the only one that's cursing here. But now with Rula dead, that is a lot of consistent damage that Genji are missing. And KT, oh, they're going for the Baron. All right, this is a Hail Mary, 100%. They are stacked together, and there's a Malphite on the enemy team as Tucson gets his magical journey through. But the ultimate does come out from BDD, and now aiming, trying to get into position, not quite able to get the snare as Rascal down to about half. KT, they're still on the Baron. They want to be able to take this one down. Clid very, very close to dead as he gets exhausted. That Mystic Shot not quite able to land, but the Ezreal is just taken down. The Baron should be taken yet again here as, in goes Smeb. Bono's going to die. And with Rascal still alive, I don't know whether KT are going to be able to kill them here. Smeb is up as well. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow is going to look majestic as it flies on forward. As there's the gold card. But Kuro, that is a filthy pillar that is going to cause his death. And Rascal the big stone gentleman, is just going to walk back towards this Baron pit, and Gen G will say, this has been one of my favorite circus trips, let's go again.
Both AD carries are having some hiccup situations, you know. Aiming was kiting really well until he shifts in Malphite.
If aiming can be trusted to do anything, it's shifting in.
Yeah, I mean, he has no armor, enough armor to shift in this time around. But anyways, Ruler again, he got caught again. And this is why Gen G is considered as weaker team, like compared to Spring Split. But anyways, they tried to fight on Nashor Pit, and eventually they found out the situation and the right place and right moment in the team fight when aiming shifts in.
Yeah, that one. Oh, that's not what you want. A lot of extra damage there, and a really good kill on BDD. But as the dust settles, it's a triple kill for the Malphite. And in fact, theoretically an unofficial quadra, I believe, by the end. As now we've got Gen G as just a squad getting themselves through the enemy jungle. 5,000 gold currently is the lead. He's aiming, looks for Rascal, but doesn't manage to hit him with any abilities or auto attacks or anything, as the ulti is completely avoided. Good kickback there from Bono as well, as the Tempered Fate gonna buy them some time to try and get through the actual mountain that is Malphite. As Smeb dives into the backline, Ruler's trying to kite as Kuro is going to get there. A great Zhonya's is going to come down, and Ruler is dead yet again. Kuro gets himself out of the fight also, but Smeb has fallen. Tucson now going to be in trouble as in goes BDD. The Sand Soldiers set up, and it is Tucson that's going to fall down. Gen G are very, very strong, super far ahead. They've got Baron, they've got the Ocean Soul, but somehow KT are still finding some good aspects of a team fight. But it's not looking like it's going to be enough.
BDD, when he's on Azir, like he's so strong and always like playing so good, so well on that champion. And this time around with Ocean Drake, is helping him as well. So there's no doubt Genji's gonna clean out this game. And yeah, look at those items already. He's gonna finish the Zhonya's after reset.
Easy. And it looks like Ruler's looking for an Infinity Edge as well. I have to expect, unless he's just going to finish the Mortal Reminder, as the Elder Drake is available. You can see Gen G parking themselves in the enemy jungle, which is actually their jungle. Let's be honest, it's now Bono and Kuro. Yeah, pretty quick as they run out. Teleport to come through from aiming into the back line as Gen G. Now they're just going to move towards the Elder Drake. Seeing if they could set up a gank beforehand. Reset, actually. As Kellen goes back, joined by BDD, who does have that Zhonya's like you were talking about. Maybe an opportunity here for KT to get position around the Elder.
Yeah, and they have 2 smites currently, so they can potentially look for the steal, but TF has no flash, so he needs to use Blast Cone or something.
Yeah, or his ultimate, which is going to be up in a couple of seconds, but that is going to tell them exactly where they're going. As I didn't know that Bard throws his thing up that high when he goes back with this skin.
It's
Very
UFO,
cute.
so
it
should be go really high up.
I guess it should just keep going up, right?
Yep.
It's like the Ash arrow, just keeps going. As this cheeky little ward is doing a lot of work here for KT.
Double smite.
Yeah, aiming gets hit. As there's the Tempered Fate. Buys a little bit of time here for KT, but Smeb looking to come in through the backside. The Elder Drake is taken. I don't think Gen G could get any stronger than they are right now, and aiming's going to sacrifice himself into 4 people.
Ocean Drake, Soul, and Elder.
Yep. And they just had Baron, and they're really far ahead.
And he can for sure dance here.
Yeah. And Clid is going to press his R button, run off to Smeb. Smeb does have the Executioner's Calling, but I don't know whether he's going to win this one. As the second
Is he
Cyclone
gonna
comes
actually
out.
lose?
Oh,
no way.
Yeah, Clid
Nope.
able to take him down in the end, but honestly, it doesn't really matter. That's what happens when you get down to 20% health. That dragon comes down and just eats you. As Bono going to get booped back, and Gen G will right the ship and take down KT in game number 3. It wasn't pretty, but a win's a win.
win is a win, but yes, as you mentioned it, I don't think this is the performance we were look up to Genji when we think about Genji, you know?
No.
It's also not, it was not clean 2-0, it was 2-1, and also the in-game, the performance-wise, what happened to Genji then, you know?
I don't know. I don't know what happened to KT either. I mean, it was aiming the god in game 1, and then game 3 it was aiming the one I used to know.
Yeah.
Who would arcane shift into brushes that are unwarded just for fun. And that was happening quite a lot. I think Rascal certainly had himself together, apart from missing a couple of ults that were largely just sidestepped nicely from players like Kuro. But he also had some good opportunities, and we did see the BDD that we know and love in our final game. His Azir always a joy.
Yeah, his Azir is always like pleasure to watch.
Oh yeah. All right. I guess it'll be really interesting going into the interview. I'm not sure who's going to pick up the MVP for this game, but we'll be able to have a chat to Kellen, discuss why he was subbed in, why Life wasn't playing, things like that, what it's like to have two supports that go interchangeable. But I'm sort of hoping that BDD gets the player of the game, largely because he deserves it, but also we get to have a chat to him about what's happening at Genji, why everything is so crazy and chaotic, and why they're not the well-oiled machine that we've come to expect, especially in the regular season.
And yeah, I think not a good start from Genji, but still win is a win. So I think they just need to get back on their form and try to find out what playstyle they are looking for, because at the start of the split, they said they are looking up to just copy and try to like fight like LPL, fight more and try to do something in early game more. But yeah, this time around, it feels like, nah guys, let's just go back to the late game teamfight strategy. So, and yeah, it was not clean at all too. So I'm not sure what playstyle they are looking for right now.
I don't know. I think they just need to tidy it up. Whatever it is, the LPL, they do play a little bit more, you know, high risk, but they also managed to capitalize on advantages really, really well. As this was aiming going down in this early game. The flash forward from Ruler lands the last auto pretty comfortably and takes himself the Lantern to safety. As some of these fights actually got pretty messy for Genji, despite their composition being very, very good in the team fights.
Oh yeah, that Malphite ulti right there. Oh, that was crazy. Not this moment, it was really great skirmishes by KT. Like, look at those 1 HP.
Yeah, and Smeb getting his solo kill as well up against Rascal. I mean, it meant nothing in the end, guys. However, certainly going to make him feel better. And I think that this KT looked better than the last KT.
That is true, but they lost the game at the end, so it doesn't matter. You know?
Yeah.
Nothing matters.
I never said it looked good, I just said it looked better. As BDD not going to get hit by that Tempered Fate, but it was a zoning one. And some of these fights, I mean, I did really enjoy watching Kuro play as Twisted Fate. Maybe not in that exact moment. He's very good at the pick, but unfortunately, the rest of the composition around it, like, it really did walk into the Malphite. I guess there's no real way unless Smeb's just going to play it, but then Smeb's counterpicking himself. I actually felt like that draft just was pretty well constructed by Genji.
Yep.
Shout out to Odin. Of course, it's no longer Edgar for the summer season. And Odin's now picked up that head coach mantle.
It's not Azir that is broken, by the way. It's Ocean Dragon.
Yeah, it's Ocean Dragon, 100%. I mean, that would have been almost a one fight for KT, honestly.
Yeah.
If there was no Ocean Soul. That's the classic aiming.
Yeah, and Raska is just saving his ultimate for aiming, you know? Like, please shift in, and the moment he shifts in, he just insta lock in and...
Yeah, wait for the shift, wait for the shift, wait for the shift, and then all too easy.
Great teamfight structure by Genji, and...
이거 리신 마크 돼. 기다. 리신 마크 해줘. 리신 마크 해줄게. 리신 밀어내줄게. 리신 밀어내줄게. 리신. 3분다. 야, 뒤에 오고. 맞아.
3분.
3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 3분. 야,
3-0.
야, 이거 리신 미드. 야, 바텀 가는 거 어때? 바텀 가는 거 어때?
바텀으로 하자, 바텀으로 하자.
가자.
바텀 가자.
라인 선언다, 라인 선언다.
다시 맞죠?
야, 이거
침착해. 이신
Calm
너플, 이신
down,
너플.
guys.
바텀 라인.
이거
그거 없으니까 태민아 그거 끝까지 가. 아, 괜찮아. 태민아 그거 어째 온텔 쓰니까 지금 쓰지 마. 아, 안 써.
Do not use your pillar because he can use TP. I know,
너무
I know.
힘들다 이거. 클리어 좀 빠르긴 하다. 집중해.
랜턴 봐줄게. 한 명만 타 이거.
야, 타워 쳐. 얘네
Oh, I
빼야죠.
didn't have to.
리신 들어와 밀어내줄게. 맞다. 끝내.
끝내.
They're
아,
having
괜찮아,
fun
괜찮아,
a little
괜찮아,
bit
괜찮아.
at the end.
죽여.
Well, it was
다행이다.
certainly a full fun series.
Oh yeah.
As you can see, not a lot of overt celebrations after that game. DWG did a hell of a lot of damage to the Malphite as well, as you can see. Rascal popping off here, who was low-key the most consistent player for Gen G throughout this series. There were some whoopsies from Ruler and Clid, likely, but DWG played fantastically in game number 3, and Kellen was the reason why they won in a lot of instances in game number 2. So Gen G, they do turn things around. It's their first win so far of summer, but it wasn't pretty. They're sitting on 0 points right now, evening things up as far as the middle of the table, and it will be BDD that grabs player of the game. So we'll be able to chat to BDD and Kellen in that POG interview. 7-1-7.
Yeah, 35.2% of damage dealing percentage.
Yeah.
His team. His Azir was just always focusing the right target. I mean, also here, one-shotting everyone, and also he just picking up the aim even though he was getting caught by Smap. He just ulted at the same time. I mean, this time around, there was not so many moments that he actually just goes in and drifts in and like insects 4 targets or something, but he was dealing damage on the back line consistently.
Yeah.
And that's what Gen G need in this game. So he did his job, and he well deserves the POG today.
Yep, really, really good stuff. And also keeping the mental as well. I think this is something that KT actually said that Gen G weren't good at, was keeping up that mental stability. But we're going to be able to have a chat to BDD and Kellen right now. So it's time to throw it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
This is Jason with the English translation. So first, Kellen, how do you feel right now? Today, it was really difficult. So I'm super happy that we won.
PD도 한 말씀 하셔야겠어요. 엄청난
And BDD, would you like to add on to that? Yeah, it was a very dicey day, but today was the must-win game for us. So it's a big relief that we secured this win. Kelly, you are the starting support player today, and you got the first victory for the support Karma. So how was your performance today? Yeah, Odin gave me a chance today, and he wished me good luck. So I had a very strong mindset going into this series, and about the karma. Yeah, I just did my best. He was the main character of the series, and you guys were crushing that bot lane. So you were facing against a lot of unconventional picks today. Karma was a flex pick. And so we were waiting till KT to finish their comp, and we thought that it was a good fit for our bot duo. And a lot of Gen G fans are wondering what makes Kellen and Life different. Our difference? I don't know.
본인이 지금 얘기하기 좀 어려운 거 봅니다. 그런데 사실 일찍이 승부
To be honest,
것이 아닌가 생각이 들었는데
well,
사이온이 또 막 주연 자리를 막 꿰차면서
Zion was also doing a lot of work as a support role. How was facing against his champ? Well, our teammates were throwing a little bit too hard. They ran it down, so it was a little bit difficult. But in the end, we all kind of focused up, and it was okay. Do you agree with that, BDD? I don't really remember throwing a game. Well, I guess I'm gonna be throwing away Kellen after this interview. Twisted Fate. I mean, Kuro has been showing a lot of great performance on this champion, but you guys kept opening this over to Kuro. What was the plan in this? Well, that was our team's decision. I mean, we could see that on a competitive series, Twisted Fate has a lot of pressure. But so I was sorry for my teammates going to the side lane, so we have to maybe a little bit adjust our draft. And Roscoe, he's been pulling a lot of different and pocket picks recently, especially Malphite. Yeah, Roscoe, his confidence is really boosted right now. And he said he's just gonna kill all the top laners, whoever is gonna face. So I'm happy that he's really confident right now. And about Malphite, it's a good champion into Wukong. And in the end of game number 3, you guys kind of showing a lot of sustainability with an Ocean Soul. Is that the best tier dragon? Yeah, like the other 3 dragons doesn't really puts a lot of pressure, but Ocean Soul really adds a lot of pressure. And that really helped you, right? True, true. I mean, if we had no Ocean Soul, I would definitely die there. However, Genji, you guys were a little bit sloppy and showing a lot of blunders today. What kind of feedback did you guys have? Well, we were having a really great momentum since we didn't lose any scrims. But I guess this is a process of kind of getting the dynamic of our team. Your next opponent will be Damwon Gaming. How are we going to prepare for that? I will make sure to initiate really well and do less mistakes and perform even better. Any message for your teammates to stop them from throwing the game? I mean, I cannot say this on stage because I might get beaten up. Recently, we were showing a very shaky performance, but I strongly believe that we will step up throughout the split, so please keep supporting us. Thank you. This will be the end of the interview with Kellen and BDD from Genji, and I'm going to pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, as usual, for the interview translation. Great to hear that they acknowledge that there's some mistakes being made over on the Genji side of things. Certainly a lot of League of Legends to tidy up moving further forward into summer. And this is exactly the season where you need to. It's very early days, so theoretically we shouldn't be too upset. But Genji tied up with T1 at 0 points, 1-1. It's not where I was expecting Genji and T1 to land.
It feels so weird to see Genji on the 6th place, by the way. Like they were always on the 1st place or 2nd place, and
yeah,
I mean it's only week 2 and they only played like 2 games or 3 games, but it still feels really, really weird, you know?
It's super strange, and being tied for 6th place with T1, just nutty. Now we've got Cerebral Prince up against Damwon, and both of these teams are 1-0.
Oh yeah.
We're going to see which one is going to be undefeated as far as series are concerned in the first week. So I don't know what kind of world we live in. 2020 is crazy, but we'll have to find out after the break. It is going to be a relatively long one, but we'll see you there for Cerebral Prince and Damwon.
총알의 장전 인생을 걸어 명예도 목숨의 전투 딱 보니 looks like I was the stronger one 저리 비켜 약한 애들은 상대가 안돼 모든 걸 걸지 않으면 방심을 할 때 넌 내 머리 들다 조심해 My Congo rock pops 너희들의 존중한 coming for you My Congo rock pop already set 조준 이미 결정난 승부 나는 아무도 필요 없어 yeah 언제나 내 자신을 믿어 yeah All I need in this life for sin is me and my girlfriend 너는 절대로 날 이기지 못해 You can keep up, last one down and you can keep up I'ma let you count 2, 3, 2, 1 You a little shit, dumb, put it down, down You can keep up, last one down and you can keep up I'ma let you count 2, 3, 2, 1 You a little shit, dumb, put it down, down We gon' play, 조준해, get on my way 날 마주친 순간 We gon' slay, now we are made 내 손에 쥐어진 순간 내 맘대로 해 넌 어딜 대표 우린 그냥 하던 대로 뜨거운 지풍불을 대표 우린 놀이 플레이 당겨지나 나의 방아쇠 네 머리 위 지지지 우리를 이기지 못해 걔네는 더 늦은 템 I kill your abracadabra 네 귀에 전형이 남아 Kill shot, baby Let me come in with your hot shot, baby Bring it back, bring it back, baby Let's do it hot, yeah, shit is in the face Wherever you are, I'ma get you running out What you think about, every time I think around going down Kill shot, headshot, just a very down 많은 애들이 몰아든 내 방식대로 Say headshot, 당연히 다 이기고 Give me your best shot, 이건 아니야 테스트가 Take over 하지, 내가 오면 game over hold 우리 샷 you can block 내 취미는 1등급 샷다 놀라 각오했다면 정의는 뒤로 해 like pop, 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 pop I'm ready to go You can keep up, last one down and you can keep up I'ma let you count 2, 3, 2, 1 You a little shit, dumb, did it, dumb, dumb